So I would argue that the War Powers Act is on its face unconstitutional. Reagan and a bunch of other presidents have said the same thing. The day that we terminate a military operation based on the idea that we haven't authorized it, then we become commander-in-chief, we the Congress. That power has been taken from the designated commander-in-chief and usurped by us. That would be a disaster for our country. It would create paralysis at a time of need. Now, presidents have informed us of military actions under the War Powers Act, arguing the act is unconstitutional. I would continue to do that if I were a commander-in-chief. I would inform the Congress. I would brief the Congress about what I'm going to do or not do using our military. I think is good public policy. But the vote we're going to take this afternoon is basically we're going to vote as the United States Senate to terminate actions taken by President Trump regarding drug cartels. And I think the day we do that, then we're saying to the world that really the commander-in-chief is the Congress, not the president. And if you don't like what President Trump's doing with drug boats and other activity in the Caribbean or anywhere else, you could pass a law saying no funds can be used for the purposes of these operations. And I've been told by my colleagues, well, that's hard. Well, it's meant to be hard. The president can veto any law we pass, and the only way we can override that veto is to get 2/3 of the body. It's meant to be hard. It requires us to find consensus. So to my colleagues, please do not be confused about this. Never in the history of our country has a Congress terminated a military action because they did not give permission to the commander-in-chief. Never in the history of the country the Supreme Court ruled that the Congress has the power to terminate hostilities simply because they disagree with the president. Because the day that becomes the norm, then you've taken the power of the commander-in-chief away from the president, you conferred it upon us. So this is a big vote. This is a consequential vote. And what I'm saying, I think, makes eminent sense. By making the commander-in-chief a single person, the president, sitting atop the military, you create a structure and order. If to get military action up and running and sustained, you had to have a vote of 535 people. It would be chaos. If you don't like what the president's doing, then again, the remedy is to use your constitutional tools as a member of Congress, which is funding, not replacing your judgment for that of the commander-in-chief. I've said that about Obama, Clinton, everybody. That's just my view. In 1989, President Bush, 41, used military force to take down Manuel Noriega, the leader of Panama, and he was indicted and put in American prison for being a drug lord, a drug kingpin. That was done without authorization of Congress. I think President Bush, 41, was right to take Noriega down. We can't tolerate nation states in our backyard becoming narco-terrorist centers. And that takes us to Venezuela. The President Trump has decided that these drug boats being operated by narco-terrorists emanating from Venezuela are a national security threat to our nation. I think he's right in his assessment. All of these boats coming to our shores, headed for our shores, have drugs. And drugs are killing more Americans than any terrorist group out there. Fentanyl comes from China through Mexico. But cocaine production was up 85% over the last 4 years. And cocaine has destroyed a lot of lives in our country. So these drug boats are being interdicted by the military because President Trump believes that narco-terrorism is a national security threat to our country, and he is using the military in that endeavor, not law enforcement. I think he's right. Some people say have the Coast Guard stop the boat. Well, the Coast Guard is military and is civilian. I like the idea that our commander-in-chief is telling narco-terrorist organizations, you're not only a foreign terrorist organization, but when you engage in threats to our country, a boat headed to America full of drugs, we're going to take you out. That's going to stop the flow of drugs. We've secured the border, but we now need to go to the networks that produce the products and distribute the products that eventually come to our shores and kill Americans. As to Venezuela, I would argue it's a narco-terrorist state. It is not a sovereign country in the sense of international law. That the leader of Venezuela, Maduro, is an indicted drug dealer with a $50 million bounty from the United States. That the recent election was stolen by Maduro. He's not a legitimate president under the laws of Venezuela, and he's not recognized as being legitimate by a multitude of international bodies. So I would say that Venezuela, in the hands of Maduro, is an existential threat to the people of the United States. That is a narco-terrorist state run by a drug kingpin that's used as a base of operations to send deadly drugs into our country, and it needs to stop. And whatever power that President Trump would like to use to stop that, I think he has the authority under the Constitution. And if we don't like it as Congress, we can defund the military operations. We can't replace our judgment for his. Finally, Maduro and Hezbollah have a long connection. The president of the presiding officer of the Senate is a great senator who understands national security. He's ambassador to Japan. He's been a great addition to this body. Hezbollah connections to Venezuela go way back. Hezbollah is a Mideast terrorist organization, Shiite, connected to Iran, that has a lot of American blood on its hands, 241 Marines killed at the end of a runway in Beirut in the 80s by Hezbollah. They're running out of money because President Trump has really isolated Iran, their benefactor. So now they're upping their game by associating with Maduro. Maduro now has a business relationship with Hezbollah at a level we haven't seen before. Funding this terrorist organization from narco-terrorist activity in Venezuela threatens America's interests in the Mideast. This is not a hypothetical connection, it is a real connection. So I am hoping that the body will understand that what President Trump is doing is not only lawful, but necessary. We have a drug caliphate in our backyard. We have Mexico, we have Colombia, we have Venezuela, and we have Cuba. These are all nations, some of them are allied with us, that have enormous drug problems, and they've lost their sovereignty in Mexico over parts of the country. But I'm focused on Venezuela. Venezuela truly is not a legitimate government under Maduro. He stole the election. He's an indicted drug dealer. It is not legitimate. It is a threat to the United States. So I'm glad to see that President Trump has put narco-terrorist drug organizations and countries that support them on notice that we will fight back to protect our people. And as these drug boats flow toward us, I think President Trump sees it as a killing machine. If a boat full of al-Qaeda guys were coming to the United States, what's the right answer? Blow them up before they get here. If you got a drug boat full of drugs run by narco-terrorists associated with Mideast terrorists, blow them up before they get here. But we got to do more than blow up the boat. We got to go to the problem on the land. Who loads the boats? Who makes the money off the boats? So I don't know where this is going in Venezuela, but I know this. President Trump has said that Maduro's days are numbered. They should be. What I like a lot about President Trump, he's a man of peace until he's not. He is seeking peace all over the planet. He stopped 8 conflicts. He will be the first one to tell you that. I like the idea of a president wanting to make peace, not war. But he's a man not to be trifled with. I think he has decided early on that narco-terrorism emanating from our backyard is not going to be tolerated any longer. There's a new game in town. You do this at your own risk. And I just want to let him know and the country know, not only do I think he has the legal authority, I think he's doing the right thing. You're saving a lot of lives by stopping this boat traffic from getting to our shores. And if you need to take down the organization that funds the boats and supplies the boats, that's a direct threat to the United States associated with Mideast terrorist organizations, tell us what you're up to, but do what you have to protect America. So at 5 o'clock, we're going to take a very consequential vote. And I would urge my colleagues, whether you like President Trump or not, whether you agree with him about politics, this is bigger than you and it's bigger than him. I did the same thing for Obama. When he went into Pakistan to kill bin Laden, I didn't think for 1 minute Congress had to authorize that action. He was taking out a mastermind of terrorism that made us safer. It was in a sovereign country called Pakistan that was no longer reliable when it came to policing bin Laden. I supported that operation because he had the legal authority and it was the right thing to do. I supported President Bush 41. I supported Reagan when he went into Grenada to take down building Cuban influence, where Cubans were beginning to have a footprint in Grenada that was adverse to our national security interests when Cuba was aligned with Russia and other bad actors. So we've had a policy of policing our backyard. But this vote, Senator Kaine is a good friend, we just see things different. He's saying in America there is really not a single commander-in-chief. He's saying in America you can't conduct hostile actions unless the Congress as a body approves it. What he's saying is what the Constitution rejects. If they wanted us, as the framers of the Constitution, to give approval to continue hostilities, they would have done so. They resided in us the power to declare war, and that's the power reserved us, but that doesn't mean the president can't use military force when necessary to protect our nation without a declaration of war. And the reason I know that's true, we've only declared war 5 times in 250 years, and we've had hundreds of military operations, some authorized, some not. So to my colleagues today, please understand this constitutional check and balance has served our country well for 250 years. We live in polarized times. Don't let your emotions drive you into doing something that would weaken our nation. I can't think of anything more critical to weakening our nation than to have Congress be the commander-in-chief. Us, 535 people, have a hard time deciding when to go to lunch. So I'm hoping that this resolution, well-intended, will be voted down, not because I like President Trump, because I believe the constitutional structure that was created a long time ago has served us well as a nation, and if we vote to change that structure, we will do great damage to our nation and our national security. So I would urge a no vote this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Mr. President,
Senator from Vermont is recognized.
are we in a quorum call, Mr. President?
We're not.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise today to request unanimous consent on my bill to extend the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credits. Those tax credits have made it possible for over 24 million Americans in my state of Vermont and in your state of Tennessee and across this entire country to have access to affordable health care. Around 30,000 Vermonters receive these health care tax credits that then help them pay from their own hard-earned money for private insurance. But in Vermont, and this is true everywhere, annual premiums have doubled, in some cases, way more. And I heard this directly this weekend from a farmer in the Northeast Kingdom of Vermont, which is right on the border of Canada, incredibly hardworking rural part of our state. And it's a place, frankly, in Vermont that's Trump country. His premium rose $1,600 a month, and what he said to me is this: Peter, if I have to pay that premium, I'm going to go without health care. And that story is being repeated by citizens that you care about, that the chairman from Idaho cares about, and that I certainly care about. I heard directly from Allison Mendel in Vermont. She has a 17-year-old son, Lay. He spent 174 days in a hospital fighting myeloid leukemia. He's cancer-free. That's really the good news, and it's a reflection of the extraordinary care that he got at a local community hospital where there was a quick diagnosis, and at the University of Vermont Medical Center where he got expert care. But that family, who was the beneficiary of having access to affordable health care, their premium is going to go up by $40,000. $40,000 is what they're going to have to pay, and they don't have that money. And they know how absolutely critical it is that they have insurance, because their beloved son is alive and healthy today because they did have access to health care. As you know, open enrollment began on November 1st. And what is going to happen is that as folks see this notice of the sky-high premiums, they're going to opt out of insurance altogether. And they're not going to opt out because they don't want to pay it. They're going to opt out because they can't pay it. And I'm having in mind a woman who, she and her husband have 2 kids. They have a small business where they make meals and they're takeout. And she said, you know, as a mother, I feel totally irresponsible if I don't have health care for my kids. But if I can't pay it, what do I do? You know, and the point here, I see the chairman of the Finance Committee. It's so good to see you, Senator. You care, I care about folks who need the health care that they have now. I think we all share that. But they won't have it unless we do something to extend these tax credits. You know, this is not a red state, blue state deal. It's not a Republican or Democratic deal. We got some examples in other states. A farmer and his family of 4 in Tennessee making $120,000 a year. By the way, that probably includes some off-farm income with one of the couple working off the farm, as is so often the case. Those premiums will go up $1,900 a month. That's $33,000 a year. How does a family with an income of $120,000 add $33,000 in expenses? The small business owner in Baker in Alabama making $85,000 a year will see premiums increase by $750 a month. That's about $15,000. A mechanic, a single person in North Carolina who makes $65,000 who loses access to the tax credits, actually loses access to the tax credits entirely. And to afford any health care, they'll have to pay over $14,000 a year. You know, the majority leader is saying that we can get what we want, or we can get to an outcome if we just trust him and vote to negotiate later. And I want to say something directly to you and to all of my colleagues. I trust the majority leader. I trust John Thune. But here's a fact. It's beyond his control if we don't get an enforceable agreement, because we have to get buy-in from the House of Representatives, and to the everlasting disgrace of the House of Representatives, they are not here today, and they haven't been here for over 6 weeks. And many over there have made it very clear that they want nothing to do with extending the tax credits. So yes, I trust my Republican colleagues. I trust our Senate Majority Leader. But if we don't have a House that is even here, how are we going to get?
Would my colleague yield for a question?
What question?
I recognize the senator from Connecticut. Oregon.
Oregon.
What'd you do all in Connecticut? Oregon.
Okay. What my colleague seems to be stressing, and it's something I share, is that there is an urgency here.
Right.
In my state, we have a couple with premium hikes of 500%. They feel like they're getting hit by a healthcare wrecking ball. And what I'm also deeply concerned about, and we've talked about it in the Finance Committee, is that with all these cuts in public programs, we're going to have a massive shift to those who have employer-sponsored coverage. It's 154 million people. 92% of Americans with coverage that comes from their employers, they're going to have a massive shift onto them. And what I believe my friend is saying, and what he's stressing, and he's seeing it in Vermont, is the urgency of this. If you could speak to that as we review this first of what I think may be other colleagues coming to speak.
Right. No, thank you very much. You know, one of the questions is, why don't we just open up and deal with this later? And there is an answer to that. And this is not about one party trying to jam the other. It's about, as the ranking member of the Finance Committee said, a deadline. Folks have to make a decision about signing up during open enrollment that began on November 1st, and they're looking at these very much higher bills, and they have to figure out whether they can afford to pay them. And for many families, they won't be able to afford. The decision is made when they get a notice that the premium is going up $30,000. And that will have spill-on effects. First of all, it'll be incredibly insecure. It'll just be painful for these families that are thinking that they don't have health coverage for their family, and we all relate to that. But then they're going to get sick, and they're going to go to our community hospital, and they're going to get coverage, and the hospitals are going to try to figure out how to get paid. And the way they'll do that is by seeking rate increases and then having the cost shift further escalate the expense to our employers, who really deeply care about providing coverage to the folks that work for them. And, you know, I know we're here, I know in Oregon, in Idaho, in Ohio, your employers care about their employees and they want them to have coverage, but if they can't afford it, you get back to the same old thing. You know what, I'll try to deal with the premium increase, the employer says, but we're not going to be able to give you that raise that you need to pay the utility bills. So, you know, my heartbreak on this is that I know we all care about the well-being of the families that we represent. And there is an urgency to the moment, because the open enrollment now in November is here, and families have to make decisions. And this body is literally the only institution in the United States of America that has the ability, that has the authority, that has the power to provide a remedy to the families we all care about. So that's my plea to my Republican colleagues. You know, President Trump, I don't want to, in this case, turn this into a political deal, but he's the president, and he's got enormous authority, and he's got enormous influence on the Republicans in the House and in the Senate. And it would be so good if he would come and sit down and figure out how to address this problem. And the simplest way to do it is to extend the tax credits. And then all of us acknowledge that we have to address the cost of health care. We have to. And I, as a person who is always focused on access, the biggest threat to continued access to care for folks in Vermont is the rising expense. At a certain point, you just can't afford it. So, you know, I know in talking to many of my Republican colleagues, you're focused on cost, totally fair. But the answer to dealing with the cost of health care is not to take away insurance. People still get sick. So we got an urgent moment here where people are just getting this horrible feeling when they open up that mail. And that family who's had health care in 2025, and oftentimes it'll be a couple and they're caring about their kids, they're caring about each other. They want that sense of confidence and purpose that comes from being a parent who loves their kids. It comes from being an employer who feels good that they're able to meet the health care insurance needs of their workers. They care about it. But they get a bill where they're going to perceive it as failing if they can't continue to provide that coverage in 2026 that folks had in 2025. Parents are going to feel that. We can change that. We can change that. And as somebody who is deeply concerned about extending those credits so people can have health care, I pledge to you, and I'm so glad we've got the chair and we've got the ranking member of the Finance Committee. And I can just say on my behalf that anything that's reasonable to do to deal with this cost that is so detrimental to the well-being of our country, that healthcare is just too expensive, I'll be there. But I do believe the one thing we cannot do in good conscience is allow these premium tax credits to expire, when what that means is that the folks we care about, who have no control themselves over what the cost of health care is, they're just on the receiving end, that we've got to extend those. And that can bring us time to start addressing some of the concerns that my colleagues have about the cost of health care. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Finance be discharged from further consideration of S3102 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, in that the Welch substitute amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered and read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, reserving the right to object.
Recognize the senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. One thing needs to be made really clear. We have all this talk about how we have an urgent crisis, and it can be totally fixed if we just accept the demand of my colleagues on the other side that we extend the temporary COVID tax or health care premium enhancement that occurred during the COVID crisis. This is what needs to be made clear. Insurance premiums are skyrocketing, not because of a temporary small COVID premium support passed during the COVID crisis. They are cratering, they are skyrocketing because our healthcare system is broken and needs to be fixed. And we've been asking to negotiate about this for years and intensely over the last few months. And let me give it some real specifics. This demand that my colleagues on the Democrat side are making, even if it were true that it was all of it was an impact, letting it expire would be an impact on premium increases, which is not accurate. Even if all of it were to be impacting premium increases, it's only 4% of the premium support It's only 4% of the premium increases that are coming. So we have the entire United States government shut down because we won't concede to a demand that we spend another $100 to $350 billion in premium supports because the premium expansions are coming, resulting from a broken healthcare system that we can get no engagement on in negotiating. Congress has a timely bipartisan obligation to reopen the government. The proposal offered by my colleague on the other side of the aisle does not address that. The Senate has now voted 14 times to end this shutdown. My Democrat colleagues claim to be taking a stand to make health care more affordable. While we may disagree on the merits of those individual policies, everyone in this chamber shares that goal. In fact, as a part of the clean CR that we have voted on 14 times to extend critical Medicare and Medicaid programs, we would have increased payments to rural hospitals. We would have provided access to telehealth services for our seniors. We would have offered our seniors the option to receive hospital-level services in their homes. But no, not unless we agree to spend $350 billion or $100 billion. The current request is around $100 billion. Not unless we agree to spend billions of dollars extending what were made temporary by my Democrat colleagues when they controlled the Senate. They were made temporary because they were intended to get us through the economic difficulties of the COVID crisis. And again, they relate to only 4% of the premium increase that is coming. And yet it is said that we can solve the entire premium increase problem today by just doing this. Not true. Because Democrats will not join Republicans in reopening the government, these programs that I mentioned just a moment ago have lapsed. These programs have lapsed, disrupting care for millions of Americans. Premiums are going up dramatically for all Americans, and not just those enrolled in Obamacare. And despite the confusion that has been created here, the original Obamacare subsidies don't expire. Let's make that very clear. The only thing expiring is temporary COVID-related enhancements that the Democrats themselves made temporary. The Democrats are the ones who set the expiration date that we are debating today. Even without extending these COVID enhancements, taxpayers will spend $1 trillion over the next 10 years subsidizing Obamacare premiums. So let's not tell the American people that the American government is going to stop subsidizing the failed Obamacare premium system. Over $1 trillion is going to be spent subsidizing it. We need to address that problem. We cannot spend our way out of rising premiums. If my colleagues want to have a conversation about reforms that truly lower costs, instead of masking the problems with a $100 to $350 billion taxpayer-funded patch, then Republicans are willing to have that conversation. Leader Thune has made this point clear. In his own words, he said, "I am willing to sit down with the Democrats," and I join him. I'm also willing to sit down with the Democrats to discuss the growing unaffordability and unsustainability of Obamacare. It's a system they created, but I'm happy to hear them out. I'm still quoting Leader Thune. Heck, I'm even willing to give them a vote, which we have offered and offered and offered. But there's one condition: end the Schumer shutdown. I will not negotiate under hostage conditions, nor will I pay a ransom, period. That's the end of the quote from our leader, Leader Thune. For these reasons, I object to my colleague's request. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Vermont.
I want to address some of the points that the chair of the Finance Committee made. Now, first of all, I happen to be in agreement with you that we have a broken healthcare system. Number two, I am absolutely willing to engage with you and with anyone in this chamber to address the rising cost. And we have made some bipartisan progress. I support the international pricing mechanism that President Trump is talking about to try to bring down prescription drug cost. We had a PBM and physician payment bill that was in the legislation last year that got blown up when Elon Musk intervened. We should be doing what you're saying. And I can just speak for myself. When it comes to talking about how do we bring down the cost of healthcare, I think that's absolutely essential for the well-being of the economy and the well-being of the American people. Also, I want to acknowledge on COVID, it was temporary. You're right about that. And of course, that was because we had that emergency where healthcare demand went way up and employment went way down. So it's a fair point, and I owe you an answer on why it is I'm standing here today asking to extend something that was temporary. And here's the reason. We did fail to bring down the cost of healthcare. So what has happened since COVID left is there's been very significant inflation, including really high inflation in healthcare cost. And people in this country are not able to pay their bills. And it's really becoming a problem for the people you and I both represent. So the cost of healthcare has gone way up. And in fact, if we don't extend that premium support, even though yes, it is temporary, it will expire, it's going to mean that those premium increases I cited, where some folks who are going to be paying or need to pay $32,000 more have a real problem. They're not going to be able to do it. So you make a meritorious point, but the point I make is that those individuals and those families who are dealing with the reality that they're getting, say, a $32,000 increase, they have no capacity to do the things that only we have the capacity to do. They're on the receiving end. They have no control over it. So it's not like a family has been irresponsible last year, or they're smoking and getting sick. They're just going about their lives doing their work. And in the mail, they get a notice that they got to pay $32,000 more. So, you know, the question for us is, do we want to give them at least a year where they have some stability, and then we take up the challenge? Because I think all of us here know the cost of healthcare is totally and completely unsustainable. It's brutal. But the reality is, however we got here, that families in every single state of this nation are going to be faced with premium increases they can't afford. So I just want to convey to you, Senator, my respect for your points. But that's my best response to them. At the end of the day, our failures can't be the casualties of our failures as an institution to deal with healthcare costs can't become the insurmountable burden for the families that we represent.
Would my colleague yield briefly?
Yes, yes.
I think the remarks my colleague has made are thoughtful. He knows since my days as director of the Gray Panthers, I've always wanted to work in a bipartisan fashion. But how do you do it if, in fact, in the Finance Committee, we have not had, by my calculus, a health care hearing in 400 days? Isn't that what my colleague is saying? Is that we ought to have these hearings? We ought to work in a bipartisan way? That's what we did in the PBM bill, where we got a 26-0 vote. I see my friend from California, the new member. You can't get a vote around here, 26-0 to order a can of Sprite. But it was because colleagues like Senator Welch wanted to find some common ground and get going. Isn't that what my colleague is saying, is that we want to work with Republicans in a bipartisan way, and we are available 24/7 to do it? Is that correct?
Well, it is. I want to be fair to my colleague, because I I think he wants to work with us. We obviously have different points of view, but we've got to sit down and we've got to stay at it, and we've got to have hearings, and we've got to do the work that we're blessed to be able to do. So
Julie, yield briefly to me.
I will, yes.
Senator Welch, first of all, I appreciate you acknowledging that we do want to work together. I would hope that you would acknowledge that we are working together, trying to find solutions. And this notion that the fact that we haven't had a hearing is because we haven't gotten to the point in that where we have legislation before us to have that hearing on. But I just would like to make 2 points. One, once again, open the government. Number 2, even if we agreed to your request today, all of those people you talk about who are going to get hit with premium increases are going to get hit with premium increases because this temporary COVID premium enhancement support was never intended to be and never was the foundation of what is driving, or did deal with the foundation of what is driving premium increases. Everybody in America is going to get hit with a massive premium increase, and it's not going to be changed if we give an extension for that 4% that goes to this enhancement. It could be like made a tiny bit different in some ways and in some places. I doubt it would make a dollar's difference in most cases. Let's get the government open and let's continue real negotiations to solve this problem. We mutually have talked. We mutually know that there are things we can work on to get this solved. I'm just asking my colleagues on the other side to quit trying to blame Republicans for the premium increases that are coming and say, let's get the government open and let's get together working to solve our health care crisis.
I thank you. I thank my colleagues. I would love to get the government open, and I'd love to be able to let folks know that the health care they had in 2025, they'll be able to have in 2026. I'd like the president to do what presidents do, and that's get the parties together in a room and negotiate an outcome that works for all of us. Whatever we do in this is where I want to agree with both my chairman and ranking member. We have real work to do on the cost side of healthcare. We really all have to take that on. But the approach to dealing with the high cost of healthcare can't be taking people's healthcare away. It has to be making the healthcare they have more affordable. So I thank the gentleman. I thank my colleague, Senator Wyden, our ranking member, and I yield the floor.
President.
I recognize the senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 601B of the International Security Assistance and Arms Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from the further consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 90 to direct the President to terminate the use of United States Armed Forces for hostilities within or against Venezuela unless specifically authorized by a declaration of war or specific authorization for use of military force.
The clerk will report.
Motion to discharge SJ Res 90 to direct the removal of the United States Armed Forces from hostilities within or against Venezuela that have not been authorized by Congress.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I will begin, I think, a few hours of floor speeches on Senate Joint Resolution 90, and I appreciate the work of Leader Thune and Leader Schumer in scheduling this matter for a vote today at 5 o'clock. I view it as a very important one. The act that I just read, the International Security Assistance and Arms Control Export Act, is an act that allows a single senator to file a privileged motion that can be heard on the floor of the Senate without intervening committee action under a simple majority threshold to address the most serious question that this body ever has to grapple with, question of war. The War Powers Act was passed in 1974, and it has a set of provisions in it Those provisions include presidential notification of Congress when there are military actions undertaken that meet the definition of hostilities within the act. And the president has notified us. President Trump, like other presidents, has provided notice of military actions. And the particular statute allows this motion to be heard on the floor in a privileged status if two threshold questions are met. First, that there is no congressional authorization covering a proposed military action. And second, that military action is either ongoing or imminent, such that the motion should be heard. The framers in 1974 of this act clearly intended that Congress should be able to have a vote and debate on this matter even before the initiation of war, so that Congress could be in a position to stop it before it begins. And so what I am offering, Mr. President, together with my co-sponsors, Senators Schiff and Paul, is this resolution to try to make plain what the Constitution makes plain, and that is no war without Congress. We should not be in a war without Congress. I have had the opportunity, Mr. President, as have had some of my colleagues, to go into the classified facility here in the Senate and review the legal authorization document that the Trump administration has presented recently to the Senate concerning the military strikes against boats in the Caribbean and Pacific. Now, I reviewed that in the SCIF, so I can't talk about the content of it. I would encourage all of my colleagues to go review it, because I basically believe there are three critical errors in that. One, a mistaken philosophy of executive war powers that derives from a misquotation of constitutional era documents that the framers were using as they grappled with the war powers questions. Two, a domestic legal rationale for when the president can unilaterally wage war that is completely contrary to the Constitution. And three, an international legal rationale that I think most of the members of this body would find to be quite a stretch if they review it. But the one thing, Mr. President, I can say is something that isn't in the document, and so I'm not in any danger of revealing classified information. What's not in the document that is available for senators to review is any legal rationale that would suggest that United States military action against the sovereign nation of Venezuela or any sovereign nation is covered by the legal rationale in that document. And just this morning, there has been public press suggesting that even the president recognizes that there is no legal rationale for such military action, again, absent congressional authorization. Why are we bringing this to the floor, Mr. President? We're bringing it to the floor because of a set of actions we've already discussed in a resolution that was filed by my colleague, Senator Schiff, a couple weeks back, where we had a vote, the increased pace of military operations in the Caribbean and the Pacific near Venezuela. And the justification that the White House has used for those often references Venezuela. So there's an ongoing and increasing pace of strikes against boats that are killing dozens of individuals. But with respect to additional actions that are specifically focused on Venezuela, that enable this resolution to meet the imminence test under the War Powers Resolution, on October 15, 2025, President Trump confirms that he has authorized the CIA to conduct covert action in Venezuela. Now, it's highly unusual for a president to publicly announce that he's authorized covert action. It almost immediately makes it non-covert once the president has announced it. But that has been widely, publicly disseminated, that the president has authorized covert action in Venezuela. The next day, October 16, the president says, "We are certainly looking at land now," signifying a land invasion of Venezuela. On October 24, there were multiple public reports, and this is underway, that the Pentagon has sent the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group to U.S. Southcom to be positioned in and around Venezuela. You don't need a Ford-class carrier to interdict small drug boats. That's not what you use a carrier for. That direction of the Ford, which includes many Virginians who are positioned on the Ford to Southcom, is specifically to have it there arrayed nearby Venezuela in the event the president decides to start a war there. And then finally, on October 31, public reporting showed that many Trump administration officials have told the press that a secret list of targets in Venezuela has been drawn up. All of this together with the increased pace of strikes in the Caribbean and the Pacific suggests that we are on the verge of something that should not happen without a debate and vote in Congress before the American people. This is an indication, Mr. President, of the current assets that are massed around Venezuela. The U.S. ships and aircraft massing off Venezuela, and this comes from a Washington Post report of November 1, 2025. The Gerald R. Ford, the largest and most modern aircraft carrier in the world, built at the Newport News shipyard in Virginia, is the lead, but the mass of other ships and submarines and special operations vehicles and aircraft platforms, both manned and unmanned, is significant. Currently, about 10% of the United States Navy is arrayed around Venezuela. They've been pulled from every other theater in the world to array around Venezuela, and this poses some significant risks to U.S. sailors. Venezuela has very high-end weaponry that they have acquired from U.S. adversaries, primarily Russia and Iran, that could do significant damage to these U.S. assets and to our sailors and troops that are on these assets. Particularly if Venezuela were to misread the impressions or the strategy of the United States, or there would be some kind of a miscommunication, it would not at all be outside of historical precedent for Venezuela to use its own weapons if it believed it was subject to imminent attack, and that would pose the U.S. troops connected to these multiple platforms to significant danger. And that is what we should avoid. Mr. President, here is my belief. There may be members in this body who believe that we should be at war with Venezuela, just as there may be members in this body who believe we should be at war with narco-traffickers in the Caribbean and the Pacific. And there is a simple solution for that that is consistent with the Constitution. And that solution is for U.S. senators to draft up an authorization for use of military force and have the backbone to put their own names on it if they believe a war is a good idea. But the framers of the Constitution firmly believed that we should not be at war. We should not be risking our troops who are on all these platforms right now, their life and their health. We should not be risking them without a debate and a vote in Congress. The framers took this position in such an unusual way in 1787. In all of the other countries around the world, the ones they were familiar with, the initiation of war was a matter for the executive. But the framers of the Constitution, as I've said before, even with George Washington as the president, a great military leader who they revered, they said a decision about war is too important to put in the hands of one person. And thus the initiation of war should be for the Article I legislative branch, not the Article II executive branch. And that has been consistent constitutional language that is very unique. Most nations still put the decisions about war in the hands of the executive, not the legislative branch. And I've been a stickler about this, whether the president has been a Democrat or Republican. Interestingly enough, Mr. President, this issue came up yesterday right across the street in the Supreme Court as the court was hearing oral arguments on the case of Learning Resources, Inc. versus Trump, a case dealing with the question of whether tariffs could be imposed under the IEEPA statute that we've spent some time discussing on the floor. The Solicitor General of the United States, Attorney Sauer, is not only the nation's chief advocate before the Supreme Court, he was Donald Trump's personal lawyer. This is an individual who is very close to the president, both personally and now in the professional capacity. And he was making the argument that Congress had delegated a clear congressional power, the power to impose tariffs, the power to tax, to the executive. And one of the justices, Donald Trump's appointee, Justice Gorsuch, was pressing on the question of whether Congress really can delegate specific congressional powers to the executive or not. On page 68 of the transcript of the oral argument in that case, Justice Gorsuch was pressing this Solicitor General, Donald Trump's personal attorney. What's the reason to accept the notion that Congress can hand off the power to declare war to the president? And the Solicitor General said, well, we don't contend that. Again, that would be an abdication, not a delegation. I stand here, Mr. President, to urge my colleagues, and I've done this often during my 12 and a half years in the Senate, not to abdicate. Don't abdicate the power to declare war. Of all the powers given to the Article I branch, this is the one that should be most jealously guarded. The reason the framers put this decision in the hands of Congress was because of a belief that we should not risk the lives of our service members unless there is a clear political consensus, as expressed by a vote in Congress, that the mission is worth it. If Congress is not willing to have a debate and say that the mission is worth it, then it's the height of, I would sort of call it public immorality, to nevertheless require people who are serving to risk their lives and their health. Now, people who volunteer for the military volunteer knowing that it's going to be dangerous. They do sign up for that. But they ought to know if they are ordered into a mission that involves military action, that there's a political consensus by the elected leadership of the country that that mission is worth it. And absent a debate and vote in Congress, we are ordering people to potentially risk their lives without having the courage ourselves to sign our name to that mission. And so I stand here with my co-sponsors, Senator Schiff and Senator Paul, to say we shouldn't be at war without Congress. Even President Trump, by public reporting today, suggests that he may not yet think he has a legal rationale for a war against Venezuela. Let's not abdicate. Let's not abdicate the most important power that we have. I would hope that all my colleagues, whatever they think about the virtues or vices of a war against Venezuela, would at least stand strong for the proposition that Congress should have the power and indeed the responsibility to have a debate and have a vote on it before we order our troops to risk their lives. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. Which one do you want?
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from California.
Mr. President, I am proud to join my colleagues Senator Kaine and Senator Paul in introducing this War Powers Resolution that provides that we have not authorized the use of force against Venezuela. We meet at a precarious moment when we might be on the precipice of war with that country. Today in the Caribbean or on its way to the region are the following military assets: 3 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, the USS Gravely, Jason Dunham, and Sampson, the USS Lake Erie, a Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruiser, the USS Newport News, a nuclear attack submarine with torpedoes and tomahawks, the USS Iwo Jima, an amphibious assault ship equipped with a flight deck for F-35s, Ospreys, and attack helicopters, the MV Ocean Trader, a floating base designed for special operations, Reaper drones, Harriet jets, a 5th-generation fighters, incredibly lethal aircraft. But this is not all. The largest aircraft carrier ever built, the USS Gerald R. Ford, is on its way right now from the Mediterranean. This means we will see upwards of an additional 24 Super Hornets and 24 additional F-35s. This warship will be accompanied by 3 additional destroyers, bringing at least 10 of America's best naval warships within striking distance of Caracas. All told, there will be more than 400 missiles and other vertical launch systems on Nicolas Maduro's doorstep. 115 Tomahawks alone, with an additional 70 coming with the Ford. Are we supposed to believe that this is only about striking speedboats? If so, why will there be 10,000 American service members in the vicinity? Why fly 3 B-52s from the United States to the region? Why have a B-1 supersonic bomber flown off the coast of Venezuela in just the last few weeks for a so-called bomber attack demonstration? That's not my definition of the mission, that's what the Pentagon called it. Bomber attack demonstrations for what? To blow up fishing vessels? We all need to see that this has quickly become so much bigger and so much more dangerous. And maybe that was the point, to focus the narrative on drug trafficking so we don't recoil from what may be right around the corner with Venezuela, and that is the use of force to achieve the goal of regime change. Now, I understand the president this weekend said that he was not inclined along those lines. But I urge my colleagues to look at the administration's actions and not merely its words, because if it walks like a military buildup and talks like a military buildup, it might just very well be a military buildup. 2 weeks ago, the president said, "We are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control." And now the buildup I just described. People may be putting a lot of stock into the president's most recent words, saying he would not strike Venezuela when he was on 60 Minutes on Sunday. But when asked if the leader of Venezuela's days were numbered, he also answered, "Yes, I think so." That's what our commander-in-chief said with the largest warship the U.S. has sailing close to Venezuela. If any other world leader moved this kind of firepower to another country's doorstep, we know what we would believe was taking place. And the bottom line is this: Americans do not want another war. They don't want American service members put in harm's way, either flying missions or with boots on the ground for a war not authorized by Congress. Mothers and fathers of American sailors, Marine soldiers, pilots do not want to lay awake at night wondering if their kids will be the ones who have to be deployed to yet another armed conflict, this time in South America. Last month, we came to this body with a resolution to end the unlawful strikes the administration had been taking against boats in international waters, and we came up a few votes short. But while we remain concerned about those ongoing strikes, this debate is about a different resolution. This resolution is tailor-written to stop one thing: a war with the nation of Venezuela. The administration has not asked Congress to authorize such a war, but the administration appears to be laying the groundwork for one anyway. If they believe a war is necessary, let them come to Congress to make the case for one. Maduro is a murderous dictator. He is an illegitimate leader, having overturned the last election by the use of military force. He is a bad actor. But I do not believe the American people want to go to war to topple this regime in the hopes that something better might follow. If the administration feels differently, let them come to the Congress and make the case. Let them come before the American people and make the case. Let them seek an authorization to use force to get rid of Maduro. But let us not abdicate our responsibility. Let us vote to say no to war without our approval. We don't have to wait, nor should we wait for that war to begin before we vote. The War Powers Resolution very clearly and intentionally gives Congress the ability to prevent a president from going to war in the first place. The legislative history of the War Powers Act makes that abundantly clear. My colleagues might object, well, these aren't yet hostilities, and yet people are already dying. They might object, well, this is not yet imminent, and yet, with the kind of military force being brought to the region, with the danger to our sailors, our Marines, our soldiers, as Senator Kaine outlined, because if Venezuela believes that we are on the precipice of war, they have the capability, might take action against our ships. It clearly meets the definition of imminent. Our predecessors in Congress designed this law precisely to respond to the very type of military buildup that we see here and act in advance of the U.S. being dragged into another war without Congress's authorization. We in this body serve our constituents who have told us for years, now for decades, no more war, no more use of military force for a regime change. We must reassert our constitutional power, our duty to have the sole decision when American lives could be on the line, when war is on the line. I share my colleague Senator Kane's concerns, having read the opinion of the Office of Legal Counsel. But regardless of what people view of the merits of that opinion, what we're talking about here is a wholly another matter. What we're talking about here is potential war with Venezuela. What we're talking about here is a massive military and naval buildup in the region when hostilities may be imminent under circumstances clearly contemplated by Congress when it passed the War Powers Resolution. I have debated, Senator Kane, whether this is our most important power, that is the power to declare war or to refuse to declare war, or whether it is the power of the purse. It may indeed be a bit of both, in the sense that one way of cutting off a military campaign is by cutting off support for that military campaign. But we have already so abdicated our power of the purse in this institution. Should we also abdicate our responsibility to declare war and allow the administration, or any president, to usurp that authority? It would be antithetical to what the founders intended and what they wrote. As the founders wrote, the power was given to the legislative branch to declare war because the power to make war was something that an executive might grow too fond of. So the power was given to Congress, to this legislative body. Let's use that power. Let's reassert authority. Let's say through this resolution, if the president or the administration want to go to war for the purposes of regime change or any other purpose, that it must come to Congress and make the case to us and to the American people. And I urge an aye vote on the resolution and yield back.
Mr. President.
Recognize a senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I want to recognize the leadership of Manuel Hart, who retires tomorrow after 15 years as chairman of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe and 27 years on tribal council. For time immemorial, the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe has called the vast landscape of the Southwest home. The mountains and canyons and rivers that have sustained the Winooch people for countless generations. Chairman Hart carried this legacy of stewardship throughout his career. As a young council member, he began a lifetime of service rooted in deep love for his people and reverence for their ancestral homeland. Over the decades, he grew into a statesman whose leadership reached far beyond Toyoak, inspiring both tribal and non-tribal leaders alike, all across this nation. As chairman, he helped establish Bears Ears and Camp Hale National Monuments, elevated tribal voices in the Colorado River Basin, and advanced the protection of the Dolores River. After generations of the unjust loss of their ancestral homelands, Chairman Hart led the effort to secure full federal trust status for the tribe's Pine Crest Ranch, reclaiming a piece of what was taken. It has been a privilege to work alongside him, meeting in Toyoak and across the ancestral homeland of the Ute people, rafting the Colorado River to discuss water and climate policy, visiting cultural sites in the Dolores River Basin, and gathering along the Continental Divide to discuss how Camp Hale should tell the Ute story. He regularly visited my office in Washington, D.C., and in 2021, I was proud to stand together at the White House to celebrate the restoration of the Bears Ears National Monument. When we introduced the Tribal Access to Clean Water Act, the chairman testified before the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs to remind Congress of the federal government's responsibility to ensure all of Indian country has access to clean, reliable drinking water. Chairman Hart also understood that the strength of a sovereign tribal nation lies in the preservation and vitality of culture and language for future generations. He led the effort to create the Kiagat Community Academy dedicated to teaching Ute history, language, and culture. Visiting the school with him was a profound reminder of the vision and dedication to his people and their cultural heritage. Chairman Hart never let the United States forget the promises to tribal nations and made sure that my office always included the voices of sovereign tribes when we made decisions. He taught me what true government-to-government respect means, and I remain deeply grateful for his friendship, his wisdom, and his example, for his brotherhood. His legacy reminds us that true leadership is measured not only in achievements, but in the strength and hope it instills in generations to come. Colorado and the United States owe Chairman Hart profound gratitude for his decades of service. We also thank his wife, Maria, and their entire family. Working with him has been one of the greatest honors of my life and my time in the Senate, and I wish him well in his retirement as he enjoys well-deserved time with his loved ones. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I rise today because since early September, Donald Trump has ordered our military to engage in 16 strikes in the Caribbean and in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. Those strikes have killed more than 65 people. Each one of those strikes, each person killed, was done without the necessary legal basis or proper justification to this Congress and the American people. And now, amid a buildup of forces in the Caribbean, the administration is even reportedly considering action against Venezuela itself. Mr. President, we are not powerless against this lawlessness, and that is why I rise today in support of this resolution. I rise because no president can unilaterally decide to use our military to target or kill anyone that they simply claim to be a threat. I rise because if we do not hold this president accountable, we abdicate our responsibility to be a voice for the American people and instead embolden Trump to intensify this conflict. I rise because these actions could quickly escalate into a conflict that could destabilize the Western Hemisphere and would put the lives of American troops on the line. I rise because as we see this president abuse the fundamental trust and purpose of our powerful military, both abroad and here at home in our own cities, it is imperative that we push back against his relentless lawlessness. And I've seen this from my own perspectives, whether that was working as a State Department officer embedded with the military out in Afghanistan, or my work at the Pentagon, or my work at the National Security Council, working to try to counter the terrorist group ISIS. I saw the importance of us being able to do that, but do it in a way that is in accordance with our own laws, to be able to both ensure unity as a government, but also to ensure that our service members who are fighting have the protections that they need, that they know that the entirety of our government leadership is behind them and that our country is with them. But that is not what we have right now. The first step in fighting back against the lawlessness is understand the importance of the War Powers Resolution. Now, in this very chamber 53 years ago, Senator Javits, debating the overturning of President Nixon's veto of the War Powers Resolution, called the power to bring America into war, quote, most awesome power in the possession of any sovereignty. This resolution, he said, is about ensuring, quote, the broad representation of the people in the Congress, a voice in exercising that power. Now, Senator Javits reminded this chamber in the wake of the Vietnam War that, quote, wars cannot be successfully fought except with the consent of the people and with their support. What we've seen is a president in Donald Trump who thinks he can use that awesome power against anyone he wants, anytime he wants. And that is not what the law says. It is not what our founders intended. Our founders intended for the people to have a say in when we commit our sons and daughters to harm's way. Even in an emergency, the law requires the president to seek Congress's approval within a 60-day window to continue action. Well, in this circumstance, that window closed on Monday, with zero indication this White House will stop taking military action, even without clear legal basis to continue. And after they first recognized the legal parameters of the War Powers Resolution back in September, now the administration is arguing that they are not bound by this law. They've changed their tune, contradicting their own arguments in order to get around the law. Of course, that won't stop them from pretending they have legal grounds and fabricating justification where none exists. You'll hear them reference a list that designates certain cartels as terrorist groups. But the authority to pursue groups on this list provides absolutely no basis for the use of deadly force. And even worse, they still have provided zero proof of how they know the individuals they've targeted are linked to these cartels. Trump is simply giving himself the power to designate and then kill enemies without proper legal review or transparency to the American people. That is not a power any president should have alone, and we cannot allow this to proceed under our watch. After all, it will not be Donald Trump who feels the consequences of further conflict. It will be military families and the American people. That is why decisions of war require deliberation, careful consideration, and a clear legal basis. That is why they require congressional authorization. Through this resolution, we can uphold our responsibility to give voice to Americans on the safety of our troops and the security of our great nation. We need to give that voice in this moment because this is a crisis that can spiral into a conflict, and from a conflict into an all-out war. While Trump tries to claim their targets are boats from Venezuela, in reality, reports show strikes have hit boats from Colombia and apparently those carrying citizens from other neighboring countries. The administration has even admitted they don't know each individual identity of those targeted. To still execute legal strikes is a reckless and dangerous use of our powerful military. And as Trump considers expanding strikes to include land targets within Venezuela, and that's what we're talking about, within Venezuela, we move further towards a war that would destabilize the entire region. The American people don't want us to start a war within Venezuela, and their voices should be heard, not ignored by this president. Now, there is a final reason why I rise in support of this resolution. Because letting Donald Trump ignore the law abroad makes him think he has a free pass to do it right here at home. Donald Trump thinks if he can do this in the Caribbean, he can do it on the streets of Chicago. He could use the military for his own political retribution and consolidation of power in and outside our borders. After all, in his own words, quote, we're under invasion from within, no different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms. That's what the president said. We cannot be complacent as he's already sends troops into our cities as a tool of intimidation against his political enemies. As I close here, I just want to say that when we know the American people are not blind to what Trump is doing, they know we're not powerless to stop him. It's time to step up and show them we believe in the law, that we believe in the voices of the American people, and that we believe in protecting our service members, and that we won't stand idly by in the face of lawlessness. So I hope all of my colleagues join me in passing this resolution. It's our power, it's our duty, it's our responsibility. Thank you. I yield back.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, you know, next week marks the anniversary of my Alive Day. That is the anniversary of the last day I ever woke up, laced up my boots, and climbed into my Black Hawk helicopter. The day when an RPG shot my helicopter out of the Iraqi sky. The day that I could have died. The day that I probably should have died, but didn't, thanks to the courage of my buddies who risked their lives to save my own. So I come here this afternoon, battle wounds and all, not because I'm scared of war. I'm not. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Titanium legs don't buckle, by the way. What I am scared of, however, is that the United States is stumbling into an armed conflict because of a 5-time draft dodger who is using our military to pretend to be a tough guy on the world stage. What I am troubled by is that a man who was never brave enough to serve in uniform himself seems to care more about thumping his chest than keeping our troops out of danger. What I am worried about is that Donald Trump's obsession with making America great again is making Americans less safe again. 2 months ago, without even seeking congressional approval, the Trump administration began carrying out airstrikes against boats in international waters near Venezuela, claiming he was targeting fentanyl traffickers and drug cartels. Since then, without due process, dozens of people have been killed in these strikes. What he is doing is un-American, unconstitutional, and downright dangerous. Dangerous for our service members, whom he is placing at greater risk of retaliation. Dangerous for Americans who should be afraid that Trump is using military might to kill people without due process or proper evidence, and dangerous for our democracy if we keep speeding down this path. Bringing the force of the United States military down on drug traffickers is both ineffective and unwise, as drug trafficking is fundamentally a law enforcement matter, not a military one. This is yet another instance of Donald Trump wildly abusing our military, trying to blur the lines between our service members and law enforcement. We saw it when he sent the National Guard to intimidate peaceful protesters in Los Angeles, or when he similarly threatened Chicago and Portland before he was stopped by the courts. We've even seen it in this capital city where I'm speaking today, when he forced troops to carry rifles around the quiet streets of our nation's capital. Now, we're witnessing it stretch from DC to the Caribbean Sea, as Trump has once again unilaterally and unconstitutionally used our troops however he sees fit, rule of law be damned. To put what he's done another way, the president has ordered repeated military strikes against civilians without congressional oversight. And he has claimed that such military action is justified because he himself, in his ultimate wisdom, has deemed these civilians to be criminals. Which leaves us to ask, what's to stop him from arguing that anyone he dislikes deserves the same treatment? What's to stop him from naming any of his enemies as a terrorist, then unilaterally deciding to use the military to hunt them down without congressional consent? To be clear, I will never, ever support trafficking illegal drugs into this country. I believe we should use the might of law enforcement to track down drug traffickers. But that is not why we're here today. Why I'm here is to sound the alarm on the incredibly slippery slope that Donald Trump has set us careening down. Even if the administration can actually give us proof that those killed on board were all criminals, well, then they should have been apprehended by law enforcement and tried in the judicial system. That is how law and order works. But Trump doesn't seem to care. In his world, he is a judge, jury, and executioner. In his mind, the justice system can be discarded at will. The military is his plaything, with fewer and fewer guardrails to keep the rest of us safe. He believes there are no checks on his power, no checks at all, other than the ones going into his own pockets signed by his rich friends. The United States exists today because a few brave patriots saw a tyrant who cared more about the gold in his coffers than the people in his colonies. Then our founders decided to form a more perfect union where enforceable guardrails would check executive greed. They pushed those chests of tea into Boston Harbor. They fought a revolution. They did the hard, messy work of forging a democracy. And because they knew that a man who believes he wields all the power but fears no consequences is a danger to those who fall under his rule. And while Donald Trump may be a wannabe king rather than a monarch by blood or title, what was true then is true now. He doesn't seem to care that his strikes are clearly escalatory actions that will only harden our enemies, put our troops in greater danger, and our families at greater risk of retaliation. He does not care that this campaign is draining military resources, hurting its readiness, and wasting untold sums of taxpayer money. He probably isn't even aware of the second and third order security consequences of his decisions. He probably doesn't even know that already, because of his decisions, a Marine Expeditionary Unit has been forced to relocate it to Southcom, leaving our troops in Europe and the Middle East without the emergency support they rely on in worst-case scenario moments, leaving our troops there hanging. He just wants to look strong, and he doesn't care that in the process, he's making our nation weaker. Look, I first ran for Congress so that when the drums of war started beating, I would be in a position to make sure that our nation's leaders fully consider the true cost of war, not just in dollars and cents, but in the sacrifices of our heroes and their families. Now, with those drums beginning to echo once more, I am here today to once again keep my promise. Because sadly, worryingly, infuriatingly, Trump has already started a conflict and now seems intent on expanding it. He's already threatened land strikes against Venezuela, with seemingly no concern over the fact that only Congress, this body, not the president, has the authority to declare war. We are the ones tasked with deciding when and how we send our troops into combat. We are the ones the Constitution charged with that most solemn duty. And today, we are the ones who must be the adults in the room because Trump is yet again acting like a toddler throwing a tantrum on a playground, acting as if obeying the law is optional, acting as if the Constitution is nothing more than a yellowing piece of paper that he can rip up at will. Those are just some of the many, many reasons why today I am voting yes on the resolution to block the administration from continuing to illegally use military force within or against Venezuela. This should not be a partisan issue. No matter if you're a factory worker pulling double shifts or the President of the United States, no one is above the law. No matter if you're struggling to pay rent or your name is plastered in fake gold on the front of a building on Fifth Avenue, no one can overrule the Constitution. Listen, if the Trump administration actually believes there is an ongoing credible threat of armed conflict, then they must bring their case to Congress and give the American people a say through their elected representatives. They must respect our service members enough to prove why war is worth turning more moms and dads into Gold Star parents. And they must testify about what the end state of these military operations would actually look like. Then, when their case has been made, when Congress's debate is done, we should vote. After all, it's our duty. It's the least we owe to the warriors who deserve to know why we're putting them in harm's way. You know, on Veterans Day, I'm sure we'll see Donald Trump wrap himself in the flag in the morning, but you can be sure that he'll have found a way to abandon our troops again by the afternoon. Because Trump has made a habit of giving our troops the middle finger. Well, I'm sure as hell not gonna let him get away with that. So as many times as is necessary, I'm going to keep coming back to this chamber. I'm going to keep raising my voice and keep demanding what's actually in our nation's best interest. Because I don't make decisions of war and peace based on how tough I want to look on Truth Social. And as I celebrate my Alive Day next week, I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure other troops get to come home to their families too. It's just one small way I can honor those buddies who saved my life, every other veteran, and all those still in the uniform of our great nation today. If only this 5-time draft dodger hadn't cried bone spurs when his nation needed him the most, then maybe he would understand the first thing about what it means to actually honor those who serve. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Vermont.
I strongly support this resolution. I do want to say thank you to Senator Kaine. And Senator Kaine, I think I speak for you, and I think I speak for every member of the Senate. Senator from Illinois, you are wonderful. It's so amazing what she did as an enlisted person in combat, the injuries you suffered, the devotion that you have to your fellow service members, the indomitable spirit you have of solidarity with them, and then the credibility you bring to this discussion about the importance of the role of a citizen, of the legislature to make the decisions about whether you and your fellow citizens, the folks who made the decision to step forward and serve our country, whether we as elected representatives have the responsibility to make the decision whether they have to go into harm's way. Because you've inspired us every day. If you're ordered to go, you go. You report for duty, the commander-in-chief makes a decision. But if it's about a decision to go to war, we, the United States Congress, has the obligation to make that decision. And nobody has more credibility in making that case than you do. And both of you have already stated the factual predicate here that we are engaged in hostilities. We've got 10% of our Navy down there. The president is saying that he is going to do land strikes and then changing his mind on it. But you know what? And he's also asserting what there is that we all share as a real concern, and that's any kind of drugs coming into this country. We're all appalled by and want to do everything that we can to stop it. But what is at stake here is the Constitution and the constitutional provision that it's the people who are elected and directly accountable, the House of Representatives and the members of the United States Senate, who have to make that decision where we know when it is made to go to war. There'll be people like Senator Duckworth who say, I'm ready. I'm ready. We have that responsibility. It can't be the arbitrary action of any single individual, including the President of the United States. So what is at stake here is preserving the accountability that has so weakened as the Congress itself has delegated so many of our responsibilities to the chief executive. It is a terrible development in our democracy where the checks and balances that were essential to the well-being of our country, with the tug of war that goes on in every generation about what's the right policy, the tug of war that goes on in every generation with competing efforts to get more power in either the judiciary, the executive, or the Congress. The checks and balances system that we have, where a check we have as United States senators is the right to make that decision whether the citizens of this country, the citizens that we serve, are going to be put in harm's way. So we couldn't have a better advocate than a person who herself made that decision to stand up for America, to defend our country, put herself in harm's way, who inspires us every day with her incredibly positive attitude despite these incredible injuries that none of us can imagine what it's like. But boy, you are so special. It's amazing to be her colleague, isn't it? It really is. But what you're speaking about is so profoundly moving to me because you understand better than any of us ever can how significant a decision it is to go to war. You've experienced it. You've seen, as you call them, your buddies who've experienced it. You have paid a price yourself. You've seen the price that others have paid. You've seen the nobility and the patriotism of those folks who do service in the services. And you take really seriously the obligation that we have to make that profound decision on yes or no, that we should go into war. So I want to thank you, and Senator Kaine, I want to thank you, because there is no more important thing for this Congress to do than to reassert its responsibility, to accept our responsibility for the powers that were delegated to the United States Congress, particularly about whether we do or don't go to war. So I so appreciate this resolution and believe it is one of the most important acts that we can assert to reestablish that we will defend the constitutional obligation to bear the burden of making these very, very difficult decisions about whether this country goes to war. I yield back.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, over the past 2 months, President Trump has ordered 16 airstrikes in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific, killing more than 65 people. His administration boasts that they are targeting drug trafficking organizations. Yet Congress and the American people have received minimal information about the intelligence supporting these strikes, the legal framework governing these strikes, or the strategic objective they're meant to accomplish. I want to be clear about something at the outset. I've spent years advocating for strong action against drug cartels that poison our communities. I've consistently voted to provide law enforcement with the resources they need to dismantle these criminal networks. I have supported international cooperation to target these organizations at their source. And like everyone here, I recognize the cartels are a scourge and they must be confronted aggressively and dismantled thoroughly. But that is not what is happening here. Let me begin with the most fundamental question. What is the operation actually meant to accomplish? The administration has emphasized fentanyl as the primary justification for these strikes. Yet their own officials have acknowledged that cocaine is the predominant drug trafficked through these Caribbean routes. The fentanyl that is devastating American communities flows overwhelmingly through different routes. So what problem are we actually trying to solve? And I think it should be obvious you cannot bomb your way out of a drug crisis. The demand that motivates drug trafficking is not found in the Caribbean. It is located in communities across America where people are suffering from addiction, where economic opportunity has dried up, where the social fabric has frayed, and military strikes do nothing to address those root causes. Indeed, the significant budgetary attacks on Medicaid and other programs, health programs, will further undermine our attempts to control demand and to solve our drug problem. And we've been down this road many times before in many parts of the world. We've seen what happens when military force is employed without clear objectives, without defined endpoints, without an honest assessment of what military power can and cannot achieve. The so-called war on drugs has been waged for decades. It has cost billions of dollars and countless lives, and it has not solved the problem. As we expand this military operation in South and Central America, we have to ask, what does victory look like? How do we know when this mission is complete? I know as many of us considered the Iraq War, I think many failed to ask the fundamental question: what happens when we win? Because we won quickly and then found ourselves in a 20-year struggle throughout the region to maintain stability. As I indicated before, more than 65 people have been killed across 16 strikes. Boats have been blown out of the water and videos released by the administration. But has the flow of fentanyl into America decreased? Has a single trafficking network been dismantled? The administration hasn't provided any evidence that these strikes are achieving anything beyond the destruction they document on camera. Is this just another reality TV series? I hope not. But this is not a strategy. This is violence without a strategic objective. The administration's legal justification shifts every week. First, they simply cited the president's Article II authority and claimed that these cartels were terrorist organizations. Then the president decided that America is in a, quote, non-international armed conflict, which is a dubious claim. Now, Secretary Hegseth has begun calling these cartels the Al-Qaeda of the Western Hemisphere and declared open season on them. But he seems to have forgotten an important fact. After 9/11, Congress passed an authorization for the use of military force, or AUMF, to provide the legal basis for using military force against Al-Qaeda. By Secretary Hegseth's own logic, this current operation requires congressional authorization. But there's a deeper problem with the administration's analogy to terrorism. Terrorists pursue political objectives. Cartels pursue profit and power. They're criminals, not ideological combatants waging war against the United States. If the White House truly believes that these are terrorist organizations, and the Defense Secretary truly thinks Tren de Aragua compares to Al-Qaeda, the administration should come to Congress and request an AUMF. The fact that they haven't is revealing. When the legal justification keeps changing, it means that there is no clear mission to begin with. And here's what troubles me the most. The administration's refusal to explain itself, both to Congress and the American people. It suggests that they know this operation does not hold up to scrutiny. Chairman Wicker and I have sent multiple requests to Secretary Hegseth to submit the basic information Congress is legally entitled to, execute orders, legal justifications, and intelligence underpinning individual strikes. The Pentagon has taken more than 2 months to provide only some of this information and has refused to answer simple questions regarding the very limited information that has been provided to date. And this isn't a partisan complaint. These are statutory requirements that are being ignored and noticed by both sides of the aisle. The United Nations has stated that these strikes, quote, violate international human rights law and find, another quote, no justification in international law. Legal experts across the political spectrum have been nearly unanimous in denouncing these operations as unlawful. Yet the administration's response has been to withhold information rather than provide justification. If this operation serves vital American interests, if it can achieve its stated objectives, and if it is legal under domestic and international law, then why won't the administration defend it before Congress and the American people? The obfuscation suggests they don't have genuine answers. The secrecy suggests they know this doesn't make sense. And now the situation grows more dangerous. The USS Gerald Ford, our largest and newest aircraft carrier, is headed to the Caribbean, bringing additional warships and thousands of sailors and Marines. This is not a limited operation. This is a major military buildup. To what end? The administration will not say. Against what enemy? They won't specify. For how long? They refuse to answer. These operations risk destabilizing the region and provoking direct confrontation with Venezuela. We could be stumbling into another open-ended conflict without purpose or plan. If the administration intends to escalate towards conflict with Venezuela, Congress has a constitutional duty to declare and authorize such action. We cannot sleepwalk into another war through incremental escalation while being kept in the dark. To my Republican colleagues, I know many of you share concerns about endless American wars. I know many of you have questioned open-ended military commitments that lack clear strategic objectives. You have consistently opposed executive overreach by previous presidents in the matter of war. These Southcom operations look like the beginning of exactly that kind of entanglement. And we're being asked to accept it on faith, without information, without debate, without authorization. Which brings me to the matter of constitutional authority. The Constitution is unambiguous. Article 1, Section 8 vests the power to declare war in Congress, not in the executive branch. This was not an oversight by the founders. It was a deliberate choice, born from hard experience with monarchs who could commit their nations to war by decree. The War Powers Resolution exists to give meaning to that constitutional principle. It requires the President to consult with Congress before introducing forces into hostilities and to obtain authorization within 60 days. The Trump administration delivered its War Powers notification to Congress on September 4th. The 60-day window to receive congressional authorization closed on Monday, without approval being granted. A law-abiding administration would cease its operation, but the Trump administration continues on. Incredibly, according to public reporting, the White House is apparently now arguing that these strikes don't constitute, quote, hostilities under the War Powers Act because American service members are directly in harm's way while operating standoff weapons and drones. This is ridiculous. Most importantly, it is an insult to the men and women who are risking their lives flying aircraft, operating ships and submarines, and conducting reconnaissance in the region. They're very much in harm's way. And to say that this operation is so safe that it doesn't qualify as hostilities is embarrassing. And also, it suggests, perhaps, the logic that these really aren't military operations or hostilities. They are premeditated attacks to produce lethal effects on people who may or may not be drug dealers. This new interpretation creates a dangerous precedent. If standoff weapons exempt military operations from congressional oversight, we have effectively granted the executive branch unlimited authority to wage war anywhere in the world, so long as American forces can strike from a distance. Does this mean that we can fire a long-range missile into another country because we're not at hostilities, since there are no service members directly in danger as we launch the missile from our territory? That logic does not hold up. That represents, indeed, a fundamental rewriting of our Constitution, not through amendment or legislation, but through one man's decision. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I ask you to consider what authority you would be comfortable granting to any president, not just this one, but the next one and the one after that. The powers we recognize today will be exercised by future administrations. Constitutional principles should not bend with political convenience. And I believe that this is not a political debate. This is about the institution of Congress and the congressional and constitutional limits on executive power. It is about insisting that before we commit American military forces to combat operations, before we take lives in America's name, we must have clear legal authority, credible justification, and strategic coherence. If this operation makes strategic sense, let the administration make that case to Congress and the American people. Let them provide the legal justification they've withheld. Let them explain the end game. What happens when we win? What does winning mean? What are the limits of this operation? Let them show us how blowing up boats in the Caribbean solves what the president has repeatedly said, the fentanyl crisis in each and every one of our states. They have not done so, and until they do, this operation does not deserve our support. I urge my colleagues to hold the Trump administration accountable. The Constitution requires it, the American people deserve it, and we all have taken an oath to the Constitution, not the president. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, I want to start where Senator Reid, the distinguished ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, left off. And that's with the United States Constitution, which should be the North Star for every senator in this body, regardless of party. And that's why I rise in support of this bipartisan resolution, barring U.S. military action within or against Venezuela without congressional authorization. I think it's always helpful just to read the words of some of these resolutions, and the one we're debating right now is SJ Res 90, joint resolution to direct the removal of United States armed forces from hostilities within or against Venezuela that have not been authorized by Congress. A pretty straightforward statement of what the Constitution requires, because Article 1 of the Constitution vests the responsibility to go to war explicitly and exclusively in Congress, not in one person in the Oval Office. James Madison put it best in 1793 when he wrote, and I quote, "In no part of the Constitution is more wisdom to be found than in the clause which confides the question of war or peace to the legislature and not to the executive. The trust and the temptation would be too great for any one man." End of quote. Mr. President, we are seeing Donald Trump succumb to the temptation in real time as he wantonly strikes boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific. 16 strikes to date, 67 people killed, extrajudicial killings, no evidence to support their claims, and even if they were to provide evidence, still not a justification to engage the armed forces of the United States. And now the Trump administration is threatening lethal operations against Maduro and the Maduro regime in Venezuela itself. We all understand that the president has the authority to defend the United States from imminent attacks. That's an authority that this resolution clearly recognizes. But it's also crystal clear that there is no imminent attack or danger from Venezuela. Zero. Now, after illegally striking boats and killing people in international waters, President Trump is now threatening to start a war against a sovereign nation in our own hemisphere. As my colleague and friend Senator Kaine pointed out earlier, the president's been taking this series of actions that are displayed on this chart. On October 15th, Trump confirmed that he'd authorized the CIA to conduct covert action in Venezuela. October 16, Trump says, "We are certainly looking at land now," meaning not only using the armed forces of the United States to strike in the waters, but on land in Venezuela. October 24th, the Pentagon announces that the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group has been directed to U.S. Southcom. October 31st, several Trump administration officials tell the press that a secret list of targets in Venezuela has been drawn up. Headline in the New York Times: Trump weighs options and risks for attacks on Venezuela. Washington Post: Trump beats the war drums for direct action in Venezuela. Mr. President, that is what people are discussing and contemplating as we speak within this administration. And it's not just this series of actions and comments that have surfaced, but the President of the United States has deployed lots of U.S. military assets to the region. I'm not going to go through all of these, but this is a massive deployment of U.S. naval power off the coast of Venezuela. In other words, President Trump is openly threatening a regime change war that could cost American and Venezuelan lives. You know, I think we all agree. I think we all agree in this body that Maduro is a terrible dictator. He's a plague on his own people. But we have learned from history that bombs don't turn dictatorships into democracies. The American people, particularly our veterans who sacrificed so much in Afghanistan and Iraq, understand that lesson very clearly. As do the American people, because recent polling found that a majority of Americans would oppose a U.S. military invasion of Venezuela. And the U.S. Navy deployment near Venezuela has become even less popular over the last month, as the Trump administration's boat strikes and saber-rattling against Venezuela has intensified. Mr. President, I want to take a moment to contrast this resolution regarding Venezuela with the one we considered recently in the Senate regarding applying the War Powers Resolution to the President's action blowing up boats and people in international waters. And I see my colleague, Senator Kaine, on the floor, and I want to thank him for bringing both these resolutions before the body. But I wanted to mention the earlier resolution because just earlier today, I read the Trump administration's so-called justification for the actions that they are taking in international waters to strike these boats that have killed 67 people. And I have followed the war powers debate for a very long time, as have many of my colleagues. And Mr. President, what I read was 35 pages of pure gobbledygook, pure mumbo-jumbo. Clearly a lawyer who had to work really hard to justify a decision that had already been made. That's what that 35 plus whatever page report was. And as my colleague Senator Reid talked about, to justify the actions that the President's been taking about going after boats in international waters requires such a strained reading of the war powers set out in the Constitution and subsequently that it would blow up a hole so big that would essentially absorb the Article I requirement that Congress be the one that declare war. So based on my reading of that statement, there's zero justification for what the President's doing with respect to strikes in the Caribbean. I do want to point out, as of my colleagues, that if you're actually serious about preventing drugs from coming to the United States, as we all should be, the way you do it is you interdict those boats, you go up the chain to find the kingpins, and you go after them. I'll tell you what you don't do. You don't submit a budget to the United States Congress that cuts the funding for the Drug Enforcement Agency and cuts funding for the task forces we've developed to go after major organized crime syndicates involved in the drug business. I happen to be the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee that oversees the Justice Department, and all my colleagues have to do is take a look at the requests from the President of the United States when it comes to resources for fighting drugs coming to the United States. They cut them. They cut those resources. So that's not what this is about. And what this is about is a violation of the Constitution. It was just a few months ago that President Trump was asked whether he needs to uphold the Constitution of the United States. I don't know if my colleagues remember what his answer was, but it's right there in the record for all of you to read it. The president said, "I don't know. I don't know." Our job here is to make it clear to the president and to everybody else that all of us have to adhere to the Constitution of the United States. And that's what this War Powers Resolution does. If we don't want to surrender those constitutional responsibilities to the President of the United States, we need to vote for this resolution, which, as I read at the very beginning of my remarks, is very clear. It simply says the president cannot go to war against Venezuela without congressional authorization. So let me just end with this, Mr. President. We're here in the middle of a government shutdown. I have now voted 7 times to reopen the government without giving President Trump a blank check and dealing with the healthcare crisis that's in front of us. President Trump has not engaged in any way in that discussion. He's been traveling around the world. He wanted to meet with Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader, who apparently said no. He's using at least $20 billion of U.S. taxpayer money to bail out his buddy in Argentina. Meanwhile, here at home, prices are going up and up and up. The president promised he was going to bring them down on day one. Right now, before us, we have a ticking time bomb that's going to explode healthcare costs in America, especially when it comes to the Affordable Care Act. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they passed what they called was a big, beautiful bill. Beautiful if you're a billionaire, because they extended the tax cuts for billionaires permanently. The one tax relief provision that they let lapse was that helps middle-class Americans better afford their health care. So the message all of us should send to the President of the United States is quit engaging in illegal actions in the Caribbean and international waters, blowing up boats and people in an extrajudicial fashion. And when it comes to Venezuela, stop making these threats and amassing military assets off the shore and claiming you somehow have the authority to do that. The Constitution invests the authority to go to war with the United States Congress. That's what this resolution is all about. And I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield the floor.
Turk Nez, the senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this weekend I watched, probably like you, a number of folks go on television and confidently predict that we were going to be out of the shutdown. Some said as early as Wednesday. One confidently predicted Thursday. A couple more said Friday. So when I came back on Monday, I was pretty sanguine about things. It gives me no joy to say this, but I was wrong. I don't know, as bad as this multiple vehicle pileup looks from the outside, you ought to see it from the inside. I know you know what I'm talking about, Mr. President. The Republicans have voted 14 times to come out of the shutdown. My Democratic friends have voted 14 times to stay shut down. And I think it's going to be like that for a while. I used to have a beagle, Mr. President. I loved him to death. His name was Roger. He was a rascal. Roger would run off. He was a rabbit dog that
we picked up as a stray. Rabbit Roger would run off for 3 days, scare me to death. I was afraid he was going to die. And after 3 days, he'd come staggering back home, and he always had roadkill in his mouth. And he would hide that roadkill under my back porch. And where we are now, in negotiating out of this shutdown, looks like something Roger used to hide under my back porch. We're supposed to have a vote tomorrow. We don't know what we're voting on, but we've been promised we're going to have a vote. And I hope we do, and I hope I'm wrong, and I hope we come out of this shutdown very soon. But I'm not going to lie to the American people. I think we're going to be in it for a while. Now, as everyone knows, folks aren't being paid while we're in a shutdown. Our air traffic controllers are not being paid. In fact, starting tomorrow, the airlines are going to be canceling flights. Our staffs are not being paid. Federal employees are not being paid. These young men and women here, our pages, are not being paid. Our military is only being partially paid. I'm confused about SNAP payments. Some say the payments are being made. Some say they aren't. I don't know who's telling the truth, but I do know this. I don't think anybody wants to see anybody hungry in America. The only people that I can ascertain who are being paid are members of Congress. Now, I'm not being paid. I said I wasn't going to take a salary during the shutdown. And some of my colleagues are, and I'm not judging anybody. The purpose of this is not to judge anybody. I'm just saying that it's time that Congress set an example. I've got 2 bills I'm going to offer up today. The first one is called the No Shutdown Paychecks to Politicians Act. This just says that while we're in a shutdown, members of Congress don't get paid, and they don't get back pay. The second bill is entitled Withhold Member Pay During Shutdowns Act. That bill says while we're in a shutdown, members of Congress don't get paid, but they will get paid. They'll get their money in arrears after we open government back up. Now, I'm rather fond of the Constitution, as most people are. I'm well aware of the 27th Amendment, which says no law varying the compensation of the services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of representatives shall have intervened. What that means, of course, is that you can't change the pay for a congressman until after you've had an election. I think my bills are constitutional for 2 reasons. Number one, we're not changing the rate of compensation. We're just saying during a shutdown, you're not going to get your money. Number 2, there is precedent for this. Back in 2013, President Obama had Congress pass what's called the No Budget, No Pay Act of 2013. President Obama's bill said, look, Congress is about to go into a shutdown. Fine, have at it. Knock yourselves out. Go into a shutdown. But if you don't come out of that shutdown by this particular date, you're not going to get paid. And you know what? Members of Congress had an epiphany. They had a Damascene moment. They were born again. They got out of the shutdown in time to be paid. I'm not trying to put down anybody. I'm not trying to condemn folks who have been taking their salary. I'm not saying they don't earn every bit of it, but I am saying what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and I'm going to offer up these 2 bills for the members' consideration. So, starting with my first bill, which would say members of Congress can't be paid and don't get back pay even after we end the shutdown. That's called the No Shutdown Paychecks to Politicians Act. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of my bill, that bill, which I just described, which is at the desk. I further ask that the bill be considered read a 3rd time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Right to object. I think it's time that instead of closing the government down further, that we begin to open up government. What I will offer is legislation that instead of closing government down further, begins to pay those who are working, pays our soldiers, pays our air traffic controllers, pays everyone who's showing up for work. I think this should become a permanent feature of our government. I think it's disruptive, I think it's unfair, and I think it's wrong that we don't pay the workers that are showing up. But a better way than isolating out different groups and punishing different groups is to actually pay those who are working. And I think we should do this. If we pass this legislation, this would never be a problem again. We're going to run into disagreements in the future. We're going to have times when the government shuts down, but there's no reason that we shouldn't be paying our government workers. So I ask that the senator modify his request so that instead of the Senate proceeding to the immediate consideration of calendar item 191, that S3012, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to consider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Mr. President.
Would the senator modify his request?
I will not, Mr. President, and I'd like to explain why. I understand Senator Paul is making a good point. What he's saying is rather than saying, as I am, that nobody else is being paid, so members of Congress shouldn't be paid, I think what Senator Paul is saying, let's pay everybody. That's what I understand him to be saying. And he wants me to agree to that instead of my bill. What Senator Paul is proposing is Senator Ron Johnson's shutdown, no shutdown act that we voted on several times. And I'm for it. I voted for it several times. Here's the problem I have with Senator Paul's proposal of pulling down my bill and going with Senator Johnson's bill. Several reasons. Number one, I'm interested in passing something. I'm not interested in just putting on a show. My bill will pass the House of Representatives, and my bill will be signed by the President. Senator Paul's bill, I can assure you, will not pass the House of Representatives, and President Trump will not sign it. I'm not saying someone's right or somebody's wrong. President Trump does not consider to be Senator Paul to be part of his MAGA agenda, and he will veto it. And then we're right back to square one. So for that reason, I can't substitute his for mine, because his is going to be as dead as fried chicken here in a few days, and mine has a chance to pass. Now, I need some clarification, Mr. President. Parliamentary inquiry, if you will. Do I understand that Senator Paul has objected to my bill? Correctly?
The senator from Kentucky asked if you would modify your request.
And his modification, if I might ask, is to substitute his bill for mine.
That is the understanding of the chair.
Okay. I have said I will not substitute his bill for mine.
Objection to the modification is heard.
Okay.
Is there an objection to the original request?
Reserving the right, Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Reserving the right to object. I think it's actually not clear at all that the president wouldn't sign a bill to continue paying federal workers. I think it's actually a universal sentiment among both parties, among the American people, particularly among the soldiers, that we ought to continue to pay the soldiers, continue to pay the workers. I'm perhaps the most conservative member of the Senate. I vote to cut spending on everything. I think we spend way too much, but I'm not for cutting the salaries of people who have a contract and who are doing their work. Now, I probably would not hire new people, and I would probably let the federal government shrink gradually through attrition, because I think we need to be smaller. But if you work for government, you're doing your job, and you have a contract, I think you ought to be paid. So I don't think it's not clear that the president wouldn't support this. I think it's actually quite confusing that this is being objected by the Democrats. And I think actually it'd be nice to let the Democrats, have a round at this and explain to us why they don't want to pay their air traffic controllers. Look, we can have a dispute over spending. I think the Republican proposal spends too much. I think the Democrat proposal spends too much. But I think we ought to pay the workers while we're working out the debate over what the spending level ought to be. I think it's actually an untenable position of Democrats to come before this body and say, oh, we want to give subsidies to people who make $225,000 a year. That's what they're arguing for. The Obamacare subsidies are not the basic subsidies. These are add-on subsidies that started 2 years ago. If you make $100,000 a year, the Democrats want to give you $13,000. Meanwhile, people who make $20,000 and are on food stamps are not going to get food stamps, but somebody making $100,000 is going to get $13,000. That doesn't sound like the Democrats are for the working class or for the poor. It sounds like the Democrats are for people making $200,000 a year to get a subsidy. But I think in the midst of all this, with pressure, I think the Democrats could be made to understand and support paying the government workers. I mean, I just think it is something eminently reasonable. I think it is something very passable, and I don't see the president objecting to this. I think the president would sign this in a heartbeat. So I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the senator from Louisiana.
Could I ask for clarification? I have offered a bill to say that Congress does not get paid like everyone else is not being paid during the shutdown. There's been a little bit back and forth. As I understand it, Senator Paul has objected to that bill. Is that correct?
The senator from Kentucky objected to your unanimous consent request.
To my bill to keep, say Congress isn't paid during the shutdown. Is that correct?
To the bill you ask unanimous consent to pass, he objected to the unanimous consent.
I want to bring up my second bill. It's called the Withhold Member Pay During Shutdowns Act. Remember, my first bill that Senator Paul objected to would have said members of Congress don't get paid, just like our staffs don't get paid, just like air traffic controllers don't get paid, just like the military doesn't get paid. We don't get paid until the shutdown is lifted, and we don't get our money in arrears. In other words, we don't recoup our money once the shutdown is lifted. Perhaps Senator Paul will find my second bill to be more palatable to him and his pocketbook. Withhold Member Pay During Shutdowns Act would say, while we're in a shutdown and everyone else is not being paid, Congress would not be paid. But members of Congress, including Senator Paul, including me, including all members of Congress, would have the right to get the money back to be paid after they're out of the shutdown. In other words, the money would be escrowed, and they would get it once we came out of the shutdown. Again, there is precedent for that. I talked about what Senator Obama did back in 2013. And for that reason, Mr. President, I'm going to ask unanimous consent on that one. I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S3057. Is that the right bill number? Okay, is that the right bill number, Madam Clerk? You don't know? Okay.
Yes.
S3057 in the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Kentucky.
Reserving the right to object. I think the answer is to pay more people, not less people, to try to get through shutdowns without having people go without pay who are doing their job. Now, the proposal was made, and I just simply made a proposal that would pay everybody. And so the senator from Louisiana has objected to paying everyone. So I don't quite understand this. We could pay everyone. We could have paid everyone had he agreed to my motion. My motion was to pay everyone. Pay the soldiers. Pay the air traffic controllers. pay the staff, pay everybody that's working, and yet there was an objection. So I don't understand what's going on here. Should the emphasis be to pay less people or more people? Why would we try to punish certain groups of people instead of paying all the people who are working? Why would we not do that? So I don't understand the process we've gone through here. We just had a chance to pay all the people. We had a chance to pay the air traffic controllers. We had a chance to pay the soldiers. We had a chance to pay all the government workers, and then there was an objection. So I don't understand what we've gone through here, but I, for one, believe that the workers should be paid. I, for one, believe that we should fix this permanently. The bill that I have presented is not just to pay them one time, it's to pay all workers all the time who are under contract, who show up for work, whether there's a shutdown or not. It's a permanent payday for those who do their job. That was the fix. It's not a niche bill. It's not to punish one group or the other group. It's to say, if you're working and there's a disagreement on the spending levels, that all workers are paid. I don't understand the objection, and I will continue to support paying all the workers all the time they're at work, whether there's a shutdown or not. I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator for
Now,
Louisiana.
a point of clarification. Senator Paul has objected to my bill, or he wants me to modify it?
He objected to your bill.
Okay. I'm not done yet. Let me see, maybe I wasn't clear. I apologize, Rand, if I wasn't clear. I support Rand's bill. It's actually Ron John's bill, but I support his idea. What I'm saying is if everybody over here isn't being paid, members of Congress shouldn't be paid, okay? What Rand is saying, Senator Paul is saying is, let's pay everybody. And he's absolutely right. I support that. But I want to pass something. I want to pass something, Senator Durbin. We live in the real world. And my bill is more likely to pass the House and more likely to be signed by the President than Senator Paul's bill. I wish that wasn't the case, but it is. I don't think that the House is going to pass Senator Paul's bill. And I don't think it's any secret. I'm not saying he's right or wrong, but President Trump does not consider Senator Paul to be part of the MAGA agenda. He said that. He's tweeted it about a squillion times. Am I wrong, Senator Durbin? I mean, he's tweeted it about a squillion times. And he's going to veto Senator Paul's bill because his name is on it. He's going to knock it to Uranus. He's going to knock it into a new zip code. And then what have Rand and I done? We put on a pretty performance. I want to pass something. Now, I tried to pass my bill preventing members of Congress from being paid. And you can pretty it up all you want to, but Rand objected. And I'm not judging him. I'm not judging anybody who's taking their salary. I'm not taking mine, but I'm not judging anybody. But what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And you either think members of Congress ought to be treated like everybody else, or you don't. You either think that we're more important and smarter and more virtuous than the American people, or you don't. And I think we ought to be treated the same. Now, having said that, I said I agreed with what Senator Paul said. I'm just worried his name on the bill is going to get knocked out of the park. So I'm going to put it in my name. Let's do what, it's not Senator Paul's bill, it's Senator Ron Johnson's bill. And what Ron John's, we call him Ron John, I'm sorry, Senator Ron Johnson from the wonderful state of Wisconsin. What Senator Johnson has proposed, and I've voted for repeatedly, says, look, if you're deemed an essential employee right now, you're working, but you're not being paid. Senator Johnson's bill says, we're going to pay you. I voted for that. It also says if you're furloughed, if you're deemed to be non-essential, then you're not working, but you will get paid once we come out of this shutdown. Does that make sense? That's what Senator Ron Johnson has proposed. And as I told my good friend Senator Paul, I agree with him. Senator Paul's name is on that bill. It's going to be vetoed 6 ways to Sunday. I'm going to try to put my name on the bill. Maybe it'll get passed, maybe it won't, but I think I have a better chance than Senator Paul. That's just my personal opinion. It's not meant to be personal. So, for that reason, Mr. President, I tried a third way. It's not my preferred way, but we got to get out of this mess. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 191 S302, which, as I've indicated, Mr. President, I think we've got a chance to pass the House with it, and I really don't think President Trump will veto it if I explain to him it's Senator Ron Johnson's bill. And I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reserving the right to object, let me just say this. We should make sure that every federal worker gets the paycheck that they are owed. And the right way to do that is for Republicans to finally join us and get serious about passing a bipartisan CR so we do reopen the government and prevent health care costs from exploding. Instead, the bill that the senator from Louisiana is asking for unanimous consent for actually lets Donald Trump and Russ Vought decide who they want to pay during a shutdown, and that will allow them to stiff everyone else. President Trump has said he will only pay the people he wants to. He literally said, and I quote, "We're going to take care of our people. There are some people who really don't deserve to be taken care of, and we'll take care of them in a different way," unquote. This bill would actually let Trump do exactly that. Mr. President, we should make sure all of our workers get paid, not just the workers Trump likes. So the best way to do that is for, of course, Republicans to sit down with us as Democrats, work out a solution to reopen the government. If instead you do as the senator from Louisiana suggests here, then at a minimum, it should cover all employees. And that proposal is out on the table with Senator Van Hollen and Senator Peters. Thank you, Mr. President. For that reason, I object.
Objection is heard. Chair recognizes the senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, look, I get it. You know, this is why we're in a shutdown. I just proposed a bill, was my third choice, but it's better than nothing, to say everybody gets paid. And my good friend from Washington State objected. I don't know what else to do. I voted 14 times to open up government. I can't change the election. President Trump was duly elected President of the United States. He was, in a free election. And the American people spoke. And some of my colleagues are upset about that. In fact, they hate the president so much, they've shut down government. They hate him so much that if President Trump came out in favor of breathing to live, they would hold their breath. It's not rational. And I just don't know what else to do. All I can tell my Democratic friends is, look, reasonable people disagree, and I get it. But you're just being too emotional. You need to go drink a big, old, cold, tall glass of get over it and realize that President Trump is the President of the United States. Don't shut government down because of it. Mr. President, you've been really patient. And even though the parliamentarian tried to get you to dodge my questions, you answered them straight up, and I really appreciate it. With that, I yield. No, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Tell you the stupid didn't hear, Darby. Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the senator from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that we vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
For decades, the globalists in Washington have led our country into one disastrous foreign war after another, whether in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and now potentially Venezuela. The formula is always the same. Proclaim that the regime of the targeted country poses such a threat to the American way of life that the only thing we can do is go to war. Tell them that our intervention is a noble effort, one that will bring security at home and liberty to foreign lands, topple the government, and declare a new age of freedom. The warmongers have recycled these experiments in regime change again and again. And what has it brought? Instability, chaos, suffering, and resentment. It is the height of arrogance to think we can forcibly remove the dictatorship in Venezuela and expect a different result. We should learn from history. Liberty cannot be imposed at the point of a foreign bayonet. The United States maintains the most formidable military in human history. Of course, we have the capability of overthrowing the Maduro regime, just like we had the power to overthrow Saddam Hussein and Muammar Gaddafi. But what comes next? Is anyone thinking about the potential blowback that such a campaign could entail? Overthrowing the Maduro regime risks creating more regional instability, not less. The breakdown of state authority may create a power vacuum that the very drug cartels the administration is ostensibly trying to destroy could exploit. Just as our misguided interventions in the Middle East led to the proliferation of terrorist organizations, this could happen in Venezuela, but this time with the proliferation of organized crime. We could swell the ranks of the cartels with new recruits. Remember what happened in Iraq, the de-Baathification of Iraq, removing all of the previous government soldiers. They had no place to go. They were used to being paid, they wanted money, and they went and worked and became terrorists. Where do you think the tens of thousands of Venezuelan soldiers and desperate civilians will turn when their livelihood suddenly disappears? It may be the drug cartels. In its hubris, Washington may very well empower the cartels and make the drug problem in our hemisphere worse. Certainly, any war will exacerbate the already precarious humanitarian crisis in Venezuela and lead to mass migration into neighboring countries already struggling under the strain of millions of refugees. And rest assured, many of those who flee the disaster of the war that will come will make their way to the United States. Most consequentially, any military operation comes with the risk that American service members will be killed or wounded. We owe it to our service members to only send them into harm's way when vital American interests are at stake. Who is in charge of Venezuela does not constitute such an interest. We've seen chaos emerge from our misguided wars before. We overthrew Saddam Hussein thinking Iraq will be transformed into this great Jeffersonian democracy. Instead, what occurred was an insurgency that led to some of the most brutal sectarian violence in living memory. Washington's foolish invasion empowered radical jihadists and ultimately led to the rise of ISIS, which posed a much greater threat to Americans than Saddam Hussein ever did. A similar story unfolded in Libya. In 2011, our forces aided the rebels to oust Muammar Gaddafi. The result was a brutal 6-year war that saw the proliferation of jihadist groups and the widespread human rights violations, including the resurgence of slavery. Weapons were spread throughout Africa. Our intervention helped spur mass migration into Europe and contributed to widespread instability across Africa as weapons flowed from Libya into the Sahel and Sub-Sahara, where they continue to fuel conflicts and terrorism to this day. Libya is still highly unstable, and the conflict constantly threatens to reignite. Like Saddam and Gaddafi, Maduro is unmistakably a dictator. He's a bad guy. He suppresses freedom of speech. He controls his people. There's no free voting. He treats people poorly. And that's an understatement. But there are a lot of bad guys in the world. There are a lot of dictators. There's a lot of socialism leading to starvation. It doesn't mean that the United States should carelessly risk its blood and treasure to go and topple every one of them. And as we've seen all too well in recent decades, foreign military interventions often end up making things worse. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Imagine the anarchy that followed our wars in the Middle East. Do we really want to risk creating similar conditions in our own backyard? With over 10,000 U.S. troops, 8 warships, a Virginia-class submarine, and dozens of F-35s already in the Caribbean, the USS Gerald Ford Strike Group surging towards the region, the stage for folly is set. We are told that only drug dealers are the target of U.S. operations, but the consolidation of the largest U.S. force in the Caribbean in 35 years suggests that regime change may very well be the intended goal. The use of lethal force in our massive military buildup is an invitation to retaliation. Attacked countries often attack back. It is our soldiers in the field of battle, not the senators on this floor, that will bear the brunt of the retaliation. By then, the time for debate will have passed. The Senate will have once again excused itself from the responsibility of governing, and the United States will once again be at war. Those who argue that small boats in the Caribbean are so dangerous that they warrant being blown out of the water must explain why, when some of the individuals happen to survive, they are not detained. The drugs are not scooped up and tested. The survivors are simply sent back to their country of origin. Wouldn't we ask who they work for? Wouldn't we detain them? Wouldn't we present evidence to a court and say what should be done with these survivors? We summarily shoot them when we don't know who they are, but once we pick them up, we don't summarily kill them. We don't even try them. The United States has now repatriated 2 of these survivors to Colombia and Ecuador. If, as we are told, these groups constitute our threat to our security equal to al-Qaeda, that they are somehow narco-terrorists, then why are we allowing these individuals to go home? The truth is that these arguments are nonsensical. Drug traffickers aren't equivalent to al-Qaeda, and the executive branch does not have the authority to kill at will anyone, anywhere, at any time, for any reason. Repatriating survivors of the strikes suggests that the administration's lawyers are not so confident that their arguments about Article II authority will survive legal scrutiny. Or perhaps they're not confident that they can even bring drug convictions in a court. In addition to the strategic malpractice of pursuing regime change in Venezuela, there is also the inconvenient fact that the president simply does not have the authority to unilaterally launch wars. The founders had the foresight to recognize that the executive branch is the branch most prone to war, and they therefore made it clear in the Constitution that Congress maintains the exclusive power to declare war. Part of President Trump's broad appeal was his strong contempt for the neocons on the right and the liberal internationalists on the left who never met a war they didn't want someone else's children to fight. He rightfully criticized those in Washington who supported nation-building fantasies throughout the Middle East, yet now certain individuals within the administration seek to lead the president astray. I would advise President Trump to remember the wise words of his inaugural address, when President Trump said, "We will measure our success by the wars we never get into." President Trump, do not allow the warmongers in Washington to drag you into an unnecessary war of choice. Washington has spent decades, trillions of dollars, thousands of lives, trying to remake other countries in our image. The American people are sick and tired of their elected representatives in Congress standing idly by and saying, "Nothing to see here. The president can do whatever he wants," while their sons and daughters are sent to fight wars in distant lands. As the administration authorizes covert CIA action in Venezuela and surges U.S. forces in the region, including our most advanced aircraft carrier, the risk of imminent involvement in hostilities is evident. It is time that the first branch of government puts America first. The majority party of this institution should stand by the principles of restraint as espoused by President Trump's promise to the American people. Honor and statesmanship should prevent the Senate from sitting idly by while elements within this administration blunder America into another foreign war. The American soldiers, their families, and the American people deserve a debate and a vote before we send our armed forces into war. If you agree that our soldiers and their families deserve at least this much, vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Kaine for Senate Joint Resolution 90 and ask unanimous consent to be added as a co-sponsor.
Without objection.
We are here debating a central constitutional precept, and I'm glad we are. Throughout my career in the House and Senate, I have tried to be consistent on this issue and respect the Constitution and its wisdom. I'm going to say 6 words I very rarely, if ever, have said in my entire career in Congress. I agree with Senator Rand Paul. I believe what he has said on the floor today is, in fact, the way I feel about what this section of the Constitution means. In one of the previous debates with the War Powers Resolution, War Powers Act being debated on the floor, Senator Kaine reminded us of that historic moment when the Founding Fathers decided to write this Constitution, which we've all sworn to uphold and defend. And leading that Constitutional Convention, of course, was the greatest general then and still in the history of the United States, George Washington. Despite the fact that he was in the room and leading the conversation about what Constitution would govern this country, Article 1, Section 8 put in a provision and basically said, when it comes to a future war, even if you're president, General Washington, the Congress will have the power to decide whether we go to war. Senator Kaine made that point in an earlier debate, and I thought it was well worth repeating. Let me say a word about Venezuela. In 2018, I had the opportunity to visit Venezuela, a once prosperous, albeit imperfect democracy, suffering terrible economic and political decline under the disgraceful and failed leadership of Nicolas Maduro. I told then President Maduro that if he rigged any upcoming elections, Venezuelans would be even more isolated and endure further unnecessary suffering. He went ahead with a sham election anyway, leading to even more cruelty and the exodus of literally millions of Venezuelans, some to the United States. Last July, Venezuela had another presidential election during which the regime, the Maduro regime, arbitrarily blocked opposition candidates from the ballot and tried to undermine the pre-electoral process. Nonetheless, more than 10 million Venezuelans showed up to vote, and results meticulously documented by credible election monitors showed a sweeping victory for opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez. Maduro and his criminal enablers again refused to respect the rules and shamelessly refused to swear in legitimately chosen President Gonzalez. So let me make it clear. Nicolas Maduro is an illegitimate leader guilty of turning Venezuela into a failed state, one that has caused terrible suffering and misery for the people who live there. This is not the question at hand. As I have long said, it is long overdue that the result of last year's elections be respected in Venezuela. But let me be clear on a position I've also held for a long time, regardless of who's been in the White House. Only Congress under the Constitution has the power to declare war. Article 1, Section 8 is clear on this issue, and for good reason. Only the people's elected representatives should have the awesome power to send our sons and daughters into armed conflict. I remember thinking about this in personal terms during the era of the Vietnam War when I was a college student, thinking about the fact that there had not been any formal declaration of war in Vietnam, and yet over 40,000 of my brothers and sisters gave their lives in that conflict. Our founding fathers were wise in this regard and well aware of human history in which kings and unelected leaders sent their people into war for personal gain without any public consent. Congress overwhelmingly reaffirmed this key constitutional provision when it passed the War Powers Act in 1973 over the veto of then President Richard Nixon. Under the law, the president has the authority to approve military attacks as a response to an imminent threat or with the expressed authorization of Congress. I do not believe these conditions have been met in this situation. We in Congress have already ceded too much of our constitutional authority on appropriations and other key items to the President. This body must not do so regarding matters of war. Mr. President, I think about the idea of a war breaking out between the United States and Venezuela. Certainly picking up boats, unarmed boats in the ocean is an easy task for our great military. But let's keep in mind, we live in a world where there's asymmetric power. What am I talking about? Take a look at what the drones, many of them pretty cheap pieces of equipment, have wrought in countries like Ukraine in the midst of their war. What would turn out to be a massive force by the United States sent down to the Caribbean to be a show of force may be subject to attack even by Venezuela, the small and poorly armed country that it is. So I would say that if we're thinking clearly about this, we would think long and hard before we engaged in any conflict with Venezuela. That's what Article 1, Section 8 is about. The American people, before being asked to give any sons and daughters and risk their lives in a war, have to have a voice in the process, and they do that through members of Congress and through our Constitution. That is what Senator Kaine of Virginia reminds us of today. That's why I'll support Senate Joint Resolution 90, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President. To recognize the senator from Idaho.
We're not in a quorum call, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise today to respond to Senator Kane's Senate Joint Resolution number 90. And I would like to state clearly the administration is very much opposed to this resolution. And they have put out a policy statement as of today stating that they strongly oppose Senate Joint Resolution number 90. Without going into all the details, they say that Senate Joint Resolution 90 fails to account for the extraordinary national security threat posed by transnational violent drug trafficking cartels and narco-terrorists operating in and around the Caribbean Sea. That really says it all. And not much more needs to be said, but I do have a few comments on this. President Trump has taken decisive action to protect thousands of Americans from lethal narcotics. He's kept drugs off the streets, kept children alive, and eliminated narco-terrorists who have been profiting off of the deaths of members of our communities. These people have been transmitting drugs into the United States via a lot of different ways. One of them was by vessels, shipping vessels in the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific Ocean. But some Democrat members and members of the media have claimed that President Trump does not have the authority to conduct these strikes. I'll tell you right now, that is plain wrong. I myself and many of my colleagues have sat recently through hours of briefings and analysis by government legal departments and attorneys who have studied this issue. Unanimously, they have concluded that the action taken by President Trump is absolutely lawful. As Commander-in-Chief, the President sees a group of terrorists planning to harm America or our allies. He has the right, not only the right, but the duty to do something about it. He's taken an oath to protect this country. And I and the majority of my colleagues are glad that the President took this action. Now, for some reason, which I don't understand, the people who oppose the President's action somehow make a differentiation between drugs and explosives. If these were explosives that were on ships being brought to the United States by terrorist organizations to be distributed through the United States and kill and maim Americans, people would say nothing about it. These drugs are no different than that. They do the exact same thing. They kill people by the thousands in the United States. President Trump is doing what needs to be done to protect the American people, just as he has done before. Take, for example, the recent defensive strikes against the Houthis in the Red Sea. This went on for some time. When the Houthis threatened the U.S. ships in the Red Sea, citing Article 2 of the Constitution, the President took action to eliminate the terrorists threatening our troops and U.S. commercial shipping in the Red Sea. These strikes are fully compliant with the War Powers Resolution and fully compliant with the President's Article 2 constitutional authority as Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces. Prior presidents did not need, nor did they seek authorization to defend America in this Western Hemisphere. Panama and Grenada are two examples that Republican presidents also took action in our own backyard to go after threats to the American people. And these strikes have been discreet, they've been intermittent, with little risk, if any, to United States servicemen. No 60-day clock has been triggered, as many Democrats have tried to argue today. I wish my colleagues would join me here today in congratulating the President for what he has done and thanking the President for what he's done on behalf of the many parents who will not have to bury their children early and who will never know that they were saved from this. But there is no doubt, none whatsoever, that every time we take a strike and we send tons of these poisonous drugs to the bottom of the ocean, thousands of American lives have been saved. So, Mr. President, thank you for what you're doing. On behalf of all those Americans who will be saved from these poisonous drugs, thank you, and continue to do what you're doing. I object to the resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. To recognize the senator from Virginia.
I rise for closing comments about Senate Joint Resolution 90. My colleague and friend from Idaho has talked about strikes on boats. That's not what this is about. This is about the prospect, openly discussed by the president, for a land invasion of a sovereign nation of Venezuela. The president has not asserted a legal rationale for it. The documents that we've read in the classified facility talk about a legal rationale for strikes in international waters, but specifically do not contain a legal rationale for striking a sovereign nation. This is not about President Trump. It's about the Constitution, and it's about Congress. Do we take seriously the most important responsibility in Article 1, that war should not be declared without Congress? Venezuela is a nation of 30 million people. They have a very capable military because they've purchased weapons from our adversaries like Russia and Iran. The massing of U.S. forces around Venezuela pose a serious risk of a miscommunication or a use of those weapons against Americans. I might remind my colleagues that the United States attacked Grenada in 1983. Grenada was an island with a population of less than 100,000. 19 American soldiers died in that attack. 152 American soldiers were wounded in that attack. 24 civilians who were at a mental hospital that was bombed by accident were killed in that attack. An attack against a population poorly armed, without weapons, of 113,000 people caused 19 soldiers to lose their lives and 152 to be injured. A Venezuela of 30 million people is a completely different kind of military operation. And we would not expect it to go perfectly, because none ever go perfectly. How will you respond to an American family who loses the life of a child, or whose child is injured in the event of a war against Venezuela, when they ask you, why did you not even think it was important enough to have a debate and vote in the United States Senate? Why did you let this president, why would you let any president make that decision on his or her own without you even weighing in? I'll close with this, Mr. President. I have stood on this floor and made this same argument when the president is a Democrat. It happened often during President Obama's term, and I made the same argument against unilateral executive war when the president was a Democrat as I am now making when the president is a Republican. And I believe, as I stand here today, if these same facts were applying, strikes on boats, massing of warships, the president saying he's authorized covert action, the president saying he's looked at land targets, and that president was Joe Biden or Barack Obama, I believe I would have many Republicans voting with me on this resolution, not because they don't like President Biden or President Obama, but because they would take this responsibility, no war without Congress, that we pledge an oath to, because it's in the Constitution we pledge an oath to, they would take it seriously. I urge you to take this as seriously as you would take it if the president were a Democrat. It shouldn't matter. We should not be going to war without a vote of Congress. The lives of our troops are at stake. Respect them and their families, and please vote yes on the resolution. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the Minority Leader.
Mr. President, first let me thank our great senator from Virginia, Senator Kaine. He has been the most vigilant watchdog against over-encroachment of the military. He has been the most vigorous watchdog at making sure Congress's power to make war and engage in acts of war are upheld. There are many presidents, as Senator Kaine pointed out, who try to push the boundaries, but no president has pushed the boundaries more than President Trump. And Americans need Kaine here to do just what he is doing. Thank you, Senator Kaine. I also want to thank Senator Paul, Senator Schiff, for championing this resolution today. because the Senate will vote to discharge a resolution that says two simple things. First, it affirms that the United States will always support our troops when they act to protect the American people and themselves from foreign attack. But it also says that if Donald Trump wants to engage in military hostilities against Venezuela, he must seek authorization from Congress first. As we speak, America's largest aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, is on its way to the Caribbean. It's part of the largest military buildup in our hemisphere we've seen in decades. According to press reports, Donald Trump is considering military action on Venezuelan territory. But it also sounds like nobody really knows what the plan is because, like so many other things with Donald Trump, he keeps changing his mind. Who knows what he'll do tomorrow? To date, we have heard no clear goals, no clear timetable, no clear explanation for what Donald Trump's objective is in Venezuela. This is unacceptable and it's dangerous. Even in our briefing with Secretary Rubio yesterday, we walked out of the room with more questions than answers. We need a clear explanation. I am demanding a full senator's briefing on this issue, Venezuela and its intervention there, at once. In the meantime, the Senate must act today to discharge this resolution. Because Donald Trump seems ready to lead our troops over the Rubicon with a blindfold over his eyes, and that is a recipe for catastrophe. Congress must assert its authority on matters of war and peace, and time is of the essence. Multiple warships have been moved from other ports of the world to be just off the coast of Venezuela, and by some estimates, 10% of the Navy's deployed assets are now in the Southern Command area of responsibility. These actions certainly do not sound like mere drug enforcement against organized criminals. Not even close. These are actions you take before you consider launching a major military operation against another country. And that authority, the Constitution is clear, must come from Congress. Nobody here denies the Maduro regime is horrific and undemocratic, and we also agree that drug traffickers and organized criminals who poison Americans ought to be tracked down and dismantled. That was why when I was Majority Leader, Congress provided billions for counter-narcotics operations and granted sweeping authorities to combat the flow of narcotics and opioids like fentanyl. And if we must do more, we should. We should help law enforcement, intelligence operators, federal agents to dismantle criminal networks and drug smugglers. But saber-rattling and military explanation are a poor substitute for a real narcotics strategy, counter-narcotics strategy. I ask my colleagues, remember what Colin Powell used to say about military force? You break it, you own it. It's the old Pottery Barn rule. This is the danger of unilateral attacks against Venezuela. If we break it, we're going to own it. The mere thought of another endless war ought to make American people sick to their stomachs. So today, the Senate must act to uphold the Constitution, uphold our national security, and reaffirm the authority of Congress to have its proper say on matters of war and peace. I yield the floor. Just yield the floor.
The question occurs on the motion to discharge. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso.
Well, 11.
Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Kim, Merkley, Padilla, Paul, Warner, Wyden. Mr. Schumer, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, McCormick, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Ricketts, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51, and the motion is not agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stands adjourned until 12 noon on Friday, November 7th, and following the prayer and the pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for the use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned until the previous order.
Senate stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.